debate, uncut and after show. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a Ko-Fi, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patreons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Smith Tools and Purchase, Level Plain Poem, Amish, Vitali Z, Colton James, BG, Survive the Spin, FE Patriot, On the Level, Thomas van der Zander, Gary Hughes, Measured Flat, Chris Wouters, Sea Level Cultist, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, The Name's Burley, Twadwazzle, Jason Hornsby, Christoph Fournier, Flat Earth Travolta, J Mel's 24, Unamento, M, Iron 26, Endless, Golda McKinnon, Retro Bill, Michael Kahn, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Hairy Blade, Mobile Mac 777, Rob W, Delwest Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Texas Mike, Chow Yun Cat, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I will hand over to whoever is in the Politics Discord server and my G Plus panel, so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
A lot of people with psychological issues attracted to this topic for some reason.
I can attest to that.
It's super quiet in here.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, I'm going to have to blame Endless for that one.
What did he do?
Cleaned a few out.
What did you do, Endless?
I just told people about elevation angles.
You told people about elevation angles and that meant they all disappeared? That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it's the shocking state of affairs.
Oh, you're being serious?
Somewhat.
Yeah, they're not sure how to deal with elevation angles to measure their globe.
Horizontal planes.
Yeah, as I said, there's a guy that came in here asking about the AE projection that he wrongly assumed model, and he was told that it wasn't a model. In fact, there is no flat Earth model or globe Earth model. But if he thought that that statement was wrong, he was pressed to get a citation for what a model is, and couldn't do it. So,
Okay. Fun then.
yeah, riding on eggshells is in here. Unless I'm confusing him with Daza, you know, I don't know which globe is which these days, but I'm sure you just entered a lull period. They'll be rolling it.
Fair enough. Spent the last couple of days polishing up the sound, like the end result of the sound that goes out to the public. Hopefully it sounds good.
I don't think I've ever had an issue with your sound quality listening to anything that you've done over the years.
Yeah, it's because I just keep an eye on it. Or an ear on it, I should say. I don't see that there's any point in actually monitoring beyond, knowing that you're not overloading your own signal, because once it's gone through all of the various different stuff that produces the sound, it's then got to go to YouTube and they compress it again. So really the only way to actually know what it sounds like is to listen to the end video that YouTube makes available. Yeah? So as a result, over the last couple of days, I've just been publishing video after video on whatever they call it, unlisted or private, so I can just go back and listen to how it sounds and then make the appropriate adjustments. Then the very last video, where I've got one last tweak to make, literally, I put out to my members so they get a vague idea of what it's sounding like. Me faffing around on one little tiny detail. Jolly good. Well, I'm glad we had this conversation.
Okay, let's get ready to do a radio check.
Hello, John.
Morning, how you doing?
I'm going in and out, so I'm sorry.
Nobody asked you, Neil. Oh, good to have you, John.
Shut up, Nathan.
Well, I suppose no one else is going to speak up over here in Discord in the chat, but Bar Grunt seems to think that we can see curvature in the Black Swan image. Thought I'd throw it out there. Maybe get some conversation started.
Oh, maybe not.
What sort of curvature is he talking about?
Well, you'd have to clarify. He just has it in the chat here.
Be polite. Please don't swear. What's going on? Has he got mic issues? Is he in the VC at all?
Yeah, he's in the
Yeah,
VC.
he's there. He's just sitting there, muted.
Okay, well, I'll be doing an intro for a live show in whatever, 5 minutes or so. Ideally, we'd hear him and make sure he's at a decent level, but nevertheless, when and if he does pipe up, or anyone else, please don't swear. I would normally say when we go live, but just without caveat. That applies to me too. It's just, I like everyone have a problem with swearing.
Do you remember when you give that, like you went over it like 6 times in the pre-show, and the first thing that was said was a cuss word?
Yeah, that was I think that was in politics, actually. Yeah, that was last week.
Oh, that was it the week prior. I know it slipped out because I had talked to that guy. I think it was me, right? I talked to that Nate guy or Asmongold for like, I don't know, 3 hours prior about like, hey, Nathan's coming. He's like, yeah, I'm ready to talk to him or something like that. Looking forward to the show. You know, like I'm ready to be part of the conversation, ready to contribute. And I'm like, now take it away, Nate. He's like, well, I got nothing to say. And I'm like, what? You know, like it just threw me off. Like I just was not expecting that, you know, and it slipped out. But yeah, I really work on it. I really try every day, you know, but especially today, I really try to be conscious. And yeah,
I don't mind.
Is that the same
like,
Nate?
Go on, Anna, sorry.
Was that the same Nate who was in here a little bit ago talking about not being able to see any curvature from surface level?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, it might probably the same guy. Yeah, I don't know how many Nates there are, but he's got the picture, like his profile picture is Asmongold, a pro gamer.
Oh, okay. Yes, pro gamer. He's terrible at playing games. He's mostly doing political commentary at this point.
Oh yeah, I really haven't kept up with him, but it's interesting because his voice sounds really similar too. Like if you don't really know the guy, he could pass. Their voices are really close.
But yeah, I've accepted that on a Friday there's going to be a mixed bag because we're scheduled to be here. So there's a level of expectation. But on my part, at first it's like, well, I need to fret and stress about making sure the conversation keeps going. But I've decided that no, I don't need to do that. It's like, I'll just let it go as it goes. Sometimes on a Friday there's protracted silences, like when I joined earlier. I thought I'll just get a coffee. Came back in and there's no one talking. Just Neil popping back in and out going, wow, the conversation hasn't improved much. You're like, okay, well, I haven't actually started, which is probably for the best. But by the same token, once we do actually get going live, I'll be like, if there is long protracted silences, so be it.
Especially when you ask a housekeeping question. The longer the silence goes, the more painful it is.
Well, not the other thing I was going to say, aside from the silences that I don't mind if they do occur, is that I always kind of feel like an outsider in politics server because I have absolutely no interest in politics. So yesterday on my own server, someone came in and asked me something about Trump. I'm like, I don't even own a TV. I literally couldn't care less about this, but he kept banging the same drum, like I should have some consequential concern with it. I'm like, I just don't. You know what I mean? So for that reason, I can always kind of, every time we come into politics on a Friday, it feels like we're new here in a way. That means I can sort of promote whatever my agenda is for the year and have it still feel fresh each Friday. So for the moment, like, what's the current agenda? Back to basics, right? Talking about science. So today, if there were to be any protracted silences, aside from allowing whoever's uncomfortable with it the most on the globe side to pipe up and whatever, I've got an agenda. That's to say, I've got a motivation to still reiterate all of the education that people 5 years ago got, but maybe people who are new here didn't, about science and the scientific method. So there is a 2025 agenda still, which is good.
Is that world domination via book?
No, that's a different. That's what I'm saying. That's how you
It's
know
a different
that
agenda.
Nathan isn't political. He just invoked a pretty triggering word, not knowing what it meant.
What word did I use?
Agenda 25 is kind of like the new conservative playbook, the term they're using for it.
Did I say that? What did I say precisely?
You brought up my name. That's what he's referring to. He's a dog.
Between proving the Earth
The name
is
Neil
flat,
is
you're going to take away
politically
everyone's
trigger.
contraception.
I shouldn't have maybe disclosed that because now people will know my ignorance is potentially a weakness. It's not, I don't care. But I have no idea what you're talking about.
I mean,
That amuses me also.
I don't spend that much time in this room, but we don't talk about politics in here.
Well, it's the Flat Earth
That's
room.
just the name of the
Yeah.
server.
No, I got that. Otherwise I wouldn't be here at all, right? It's Kiwi has an example where he's like, when he's watching his friend mechanicking on his car, he keeps his mouth shut because he knows he doesn't know anything about the subject. So, just keep your mouth shut or do something else. Don't get in the guy's way or start asking questions or pointing things out because you're not going to be of any assistance or help. Well, that would be me in any other part of the politics server. Now, Flat Earth has its place in politics, which I get, but I've got a very limited focus that I can offer in that realm, right?
I don't think many people in this room go in any other room.
Nah, I bet they do. People love talking about Trump and stuff.
Well, I mean, they can pipe up, but I don't see them in the other rooms. Some of the Globers, yes. But
You'd probably find endless that Globers, yes. The Flat Earthers,
Yep.
I doubt it.
yeah.
I jump around to a lot of the other channels, and it's interesting. There are a lot. It's well, the main thing, the main takeaway, is the other channels. It might be labeled a politic, topic. No one's talking about it. It's virtually just a lot of gamers just connected, and they're talking about something completely random. The only channels I think that have really targeted, pointed conversation are ours, the Conspiracy Channel, and the Vegan Room. Those are the only three I've ever, consistently, I would say. I know it's anecdotal, but we're consistently on topic. You could, it's a complete mixed bag. You could join the politics channel, and they could be talking about something completely random that has nothing to do with politics at all.
Good evening.
Silence.
Don't silence them. We've only just started. That's very rude, John. Hello, Chocolate. Good to have you. Chocolate, checking. Obviously not. Okay, well, as I said before in the pre-show, for those of you members who've watched up until now, we do actually have an agenda still in the politics server moving through 2025, which is to go back to basics in terms of how the deception we have found ourselves in, past tense, came to pass, and what tools they were using to convince you're on a reified sphere moving around in an orbital motion about the sun in a model called the heliocentric model by Globers. Not actually a model, no such beast exists. Nevertheless, the way that came to fruition was with words that are utilised from science. Words like hypothesis and theory are bandied around to convince the person hearing those words that there is some empiricism ascribable to the words of men talking about the world flying around the sun. So for that reason, we will be moving forward through this year in politics on a Friday, talking about science and the scientific method, hopefully to drill you guys in recognising what science isn't when you hear these science words. So that's going to be our purpose while we're here doing live shows through 2025. We've been discussing this on shows like Ballbusters and obviously Flat Earth Debate when we're not in the politics server, but just to make you guys aware why we're here, if you question our motivation for coming along when everybody, without exception, that's on the Flat Earth side in this server seems to recognise that Earth is measured flat. And that measurement will be producing the globe reification that a lot of our opponents potentially still believe in. But for those who are in the know about Earth being measured flat, understanding the basics of how your potential opponent was duped into believing they're on a sphere, knowing how science works means you can identify when science isn't being used. So there you go. There's my opener. Almost 50 people watching my live show. We've only just started. That's good. Please share the show. Smash that share button. Stick it on Facebook.
Good morning.
Ah, finally, Chocolate pipes up. Good to have you, Chocolate.
Good to be here.
In politics, in case you couldn't tell.
Good morning, politics. Good morning, 24/7.
Chocolate. You came up the other day when people were talking about why even, the question was, if you know that globalists aren't going to answer the questions and they're just going to, distract and just try to shut things down, why have them in the conversation at all? And one of the examples was brought up is because sometimes you'll get them, to just say something that just, you're like, wow, really? And the example of you getting Dr. Wallace to say that the womb is a zero gravity environment, and then when the baby's born, they have to adjust to the spin and curve of the Earth, so they can't walk or talk for the first 8 to 12 months.
Yeah, I remember. I remember that screenshot. Yeah, I remember him saying that. I think I still have that somewhere. Hilarious.
That's a
That was
memory.
like the story was that, hey, getting them to talk, just starting a conversation, even if you disagree with it, because it will just highlight that they're, to go on what Nathan said, their worldview is neither scientific nor logical. It's this weird sort of conglomeration of faith-based beliefs that they just ad hoc into these very odd statements.
Well, your belief in a magical spinning water ball will make you say crazy things. Just par for the course.
Well, I think that there's a lot of convolution between, like, the term measurement and experiment and hypothesis and theorem for calculation. There's a lot of confusion in people's minds about what those words mean.
Yes, and we will cover exactly those things over the course of the next hour, depending on how many questions arise. Maybe we could do a bit of housekeeping just to get people warmed up. Is there any scientific evidence of gravity?
Do they have a phenomenon to even start the process with?
That's a good question. No, not for 110 years. So the former claimed to be mass attracting mass Newtonian gravity had a supposed phenomenon of all things having a bias towards the ground. The case for 110 years, though, so no phenomena to observe. But a nice little segue question. It's like you, Endless. Bravo.
That was me. Yes.
Wouldn't that have been asserted as a natural law, so it would always happen? Everything goes down, would be the assertion there.
I like it.
It's asserted as a natural law.
Okay, well, we'll start there then today. Differences between laws of nature and scientific evidence. Okay, so what John's saying is, if it was the case that all things tended towards the ground, as was asserted with the mass of Earth attracting the mass of your pencil when you drop it, in Newtonian gravitational terminology, superseded 110 years ago by bent fourth dimensional space-time. But in that claim, you've got something that would be describing that which is asserted to occur always. Now, it doesn't occur always. If you don't believe me, look up at the clouds and you'll know that all things aren't tending towards the ground. But 110 years ago, that was what it was asserted to be. But that wouldn't be an explanation for the cause of that claim to be, but isn't, phenomena. So if it was the case that everything tended to the ground and you described that everything tends to the ground, you'd be describing a law of nature, not scientific evidence for the 110-year out of date mass attracting mass gravitation that we don't actually have. Props, John, and thanks for the segue. Go ahead.
The namesake of the mass attracts mass idea, Newton, didn't even make the claim that everything was attracted to the ground. He recognized that gas did not behave that way.
Yeah, and as is the case with out-of-the-box thinking utilised to give better conventions or descriptions of things, people like Newton, or in the case of other heliocentric aspects, Kepler, these are very smart people that are being charged with coming up with new ideas or ways of perceiving things, mathematically or otherwise. But when push comes to shove, they're not stupid. They're not going to believe their own nonsense in that regard. When reified, it becomes nonsense. If you're trying to simplify something to a convention that's useful, it doesn't necessarily mean that you ascribe actual reality in physical terms to your convention that you've invented. So, yeah, a lot of the namesakes for some of these conventions that are being abused in modern times, Newtonian physics in this instance, it's neither, And he wouldn't even accept it himself, right? He'd be quite offended if you were to try and foist it upon him in physical terms, exactly as the case taught in every education level up to university level. Then it becomes pseudo-bent space-time and Einsteinian gravity, right? Everyone else is lied to with this nonsense that not even Newton wants to have ascribed to him in physical terms.
I mean, there's a range to it, though. Like, even these smart men, so-called smart men, like you'll have Tycho Brahe saying, yeah, but those stars would have to be massive. Or you'll have people like Huygens going, no, using numerology, I can absolutely work out that Venus has the same radius as Earth. So even these smart people had quite large blind spots, it seems.
I love the Brahe example, because that's a question of tone, which doesn't necessarily come off on a page if you're reading that. But if I say the same thing in two different ways, yeah. So if I say, well, they'd have to be enormous, you can tell from my tone that I object, right? But if I go, well, they'd have to be enormous. You notice how those are the same words, but very different meaning depending on how it's said. So you can turn.
That's really the whole.
Go on.
That's really the whole thing, isn't it? Because their worldview is this like series of nested if statements and some pseudo logic. Like, if the Earth is a sphere, then there's going to be these consequences.
Exactly.
And so that's how you end up with just utter madness. You've got 500 years of craft that they've built up over time, and yeah.
You got to the nub of where I was hoping this would
really.
go. You're brilliant. You've segued me in beautifully. So what are we hijacking? We're taking if and then statements, which are the basis for science, when speculatively suggesting a cause for a phenomena you observe. We've hopefully covered that you need phenomena as a step. It's the first step. Observe phenomena and ask why that's happening. But when you then formulate hypothesis, you're formulating an if and then statement. If what I think causes that phenomena, then the phenomena. Well, if you can turn that's a hypothesis, otherwise known as scientific prediction, into a statement you've then got, instead of speculatively, this might cause that, you've got, well, this causes that. If this, then that. Yeah? So it's a rearranging of something that's part of the scientific method to offer at the end of the process, empirical outcomes, empiricism, but taking only the hypothesis and turning it into an explanation. So rather than it being what it is, a supposition, that's what a hypothesis is. When you say, if this, then that, that's your alternative hypothesis. You're saying, if this, then that, with the null alongside it, which is, if this, not that. And you've got to figure out which of the two will be the outcome. But if you just ignore the null and say, if this, then that, suddenly you've got a just so story, and you can say, that's my hypothesis, and suddenly it sounds like science.
It's like a weird combining of inductive and deductive logic to form this sort of very specialized, very arbitrary, abductive logic that they really can't explain or take questions on. It's just these random quips and blurts. It's like sky, therefore ground. You know, like just on and on. You know, like massive government conspiracy, therefore not conspiracy. Like these sort of back and forth, like swatting a fly in the middle of the room and never landing the blow, because their worldview is really so subjective and so out there that they can't ever get to a conclusion, because then they would call into question how they got there. And because they didn't really have a starting point.
It's understandable when you put, some like a solid fact into an if statement. You can really confuse yourself. Like, if Earth were flat, then, well, let me just make something up. And if that doesn't happen, then it's not flat. Like, if I were a man, I would be shaving right now. I'm not shaving right now, so I'm not a man. That's where they're at.
This is a skill that's universally translatable into lots of other different subjects. You can ascribe it easily when you're being hoodwinked in other aspects of life, because bullshitters love to use this terminology. Yeah? Now, I've also noticed something that's interesting, which is when people who have got actually very good data are second-guessing how good a job they've done of data acquisition, they'll self-deprecate by saying something isn't science. So, for example, somebody will measure something. Let's say it's audio. I've been looking at microphones and audio chains and things at the moment for my show, which is just what I do. But as a result, let's say someone's measuring a microphone. Well, when they measure it, they might say to the audience when presenting those measurements, these aren't scientific. Like, what do you mean they're not scientific? You mean you haven't controlled well in an anechoic chamber? Well, even if you did, it wouldn't make them scientific. But they're kind of letting you know that maybe these are to be taken with a pinch of salt because there could be some issue with the measurements that you've taken, but they're measurements. They're not ever going to be science. But by contrast, when somebody does do a really good job of making the same exact measurements, but in an anechoic chamber that's good down to 100 hertz, suddenly that's a scientific measurement. And I used a scientific microphone. What, you mean it was calibrated? It's like none of these things are science. It might not necessarily mean that you can, that would be the, is it the fallacy if you're to call foul on it simply because the ascribed word of science doesn't make the actual measurements that they do have not right. They're still legitimate measurements, right? So, but ultimately speaking, people do it in a much more egregious way when they're doing it with just so stories as opposed to their measurements that they want to sound better. So my measurements are scientific measurements. No, they're not. They're just measurements. They're very good measurements. They might be very accurate measurements, but they're never going to be science because science establishes the cause of phenomena in nature. But when you've got people who want a just so story to be ascribed to mathematics like orbital motion, you can say that it's the science of Kepler. You can't question whether or not we're moving around the sun. This is science. Therefore, what? Empirical when you tell me that's the case. Hello, Kim.
Well, that's when they get the.
Hold on.
That's where they can. Oh, sorry.
I was just saying, hey, go ahead. Reflected.
Well, that's when they start getting the terms like a theorem and theory confused, or observation and measurement, calculation and hypothesis. They start confusing those terms in their mind so that their measurements are science.
Which is often a shame.
They can remember little bits of their lessons, maybe, because there's components to it, like controlling your variables. They're aware that there's something to do with the method in there. And it's like assuming each piece individually is science, whereas it's the whole process is what you need.
Yeah, they'll take one aspect of the scientific method and apply it to something like troubleshooting. Well, I'm controlling all the variables. I'm only altering this one thing. You're like, yeah, you're still just troubleshooting, though. There's no naturally occurring phenomena that you're trying to vary and manipulate a presumed cause and make that effect occur based on you varying something else to make it occur. Because that's science. And if you're not doing that, it isn't science. It's not to say that there aren't a high degree of value to be ascribed to any given measurement if it's done in physical reality. It's just a measurement. Now, those can be extremely useful and offer empiricism with statements alongside it. For example, measuring Earth flat is something that's demonstrable in terms of how it's being measured. And then you evidence, I don't know, an elevation angle measurement in terms of what you're actually doing when you measure with respect to Earth. Elevation specifically being with respect to Earth. How high things are off Earth. So we're talking Earth measurements, angle being the acquisition of a star measurement in this instance. So you give a qualification that someone can understand in reality about a measurement. But I overstep the line if I say, therefore, scientifically Earth's flat. No. We've got a measurement. What about if I get a really expensive, massive 50-foot sized angle measuring tool that's beyond ridiculous in terms of its accuracy when measuring an angle with respect to the plane of Earth's surface and a star in the sky? Would that make it scientific measurement of the angle off a plane? No, it's still not going to be scientific no matter how swanky my machine is. So you overstep the line when you turn what is still empirically describing an angle. It can't be anything other than an angle. It's elevation, obviously that's with respect to surface, because it's the surface level that you're talking about when you're measuring it. So we've got empiricism to offer in these mathematical statements. They're just not science. That didn't trigger a single soul.
Yeah. Well, sorry.
Yeah, the issue comes when they start to try to give you a definition of nature versus natural. So they want to include the nature part, which nature includes human. But it's really, it's just a flip flop they want to do when they don't understand that natural. You know, in the actual natural science, the natural does not. It says no human intervention is not. It's not there.
Yeah, you're saying the difference between natural and synthetic. So if you've got something created by man, that's to say man-made, they want to know if that can go through the scientific method. Well, because men are natural and a man made it. It's like, no, a man made it. It's synthetic. It's not natural. Well, what's wrong with that? Why can't I put that through this method? Well, the answer being because you already know what caused it. A man made it.
Before we go by it, though, they'll take those measurements that we were discussing just to the point we were making previously, and they'll apply a calculation using those measurements to invalidate the measurements themselves, and they think they have something. And that's kind of the scary part. Do I need to give an example with that?
Yeah, go on.
Right. You measure an angle to the sun, and then you calculate how much the baseline of your angle is curving based on that angle that used a flat baseline.
Yeah, it's absurd when you break it down like that, isn't it?
Absolutely. Like, if you look at another subject, like PV equals nRT, I don't think anybody's going to go, well, that's just a calculation. You know, it is a calculation, but it shows how measurements relate to each other. And it always holds true. That's fine. But when they don't, PV equals nRT does not contradict the measurement of temperature or the measurement of pressure. Do you understand where I'm going?
Yeah, it's just ascribable whenever you've got a pressure and a volume. Whenever there's a gas, you can apply that.
It's just like a description of what is.
Yeah.
Rather than, why.
Exactly. So it's back to the difference between describing things, which is laws of nature, and often they'll be incorrectly called scientific laws. They're not. Science would be the acquisition of cause for effects that are observed in nature. Laws just describe that which occurs always. So describing something isn't explaining causality. What caused this to happen that can be acquired through the method known as science. But like I say,
thus,
go on, John.
And thus, Newton claimed no hypothesis. He was just trying to describe why everything fell down when it doesn't.
Exactly. But when he specifically says, I found no hypothesis, in a letter to Bentley, someone or other, forgetting the name of the guy he was writing to, but in any event, when he says that, it's because people who think outside the box still know there's a box, right? And they're like, yeah, this is complex stuff. This is how I would ascribe a description of things going to the mass of the Earth that has a mass, and all things that have mass are going to be going towards it. But ultimately, in reality, I'm not going to feign any hypothesis about this. Well, what does he mean? He means, well, he's not going to suggest causal influence. That's what hypothesis means. When he describes it, Newton, that is. So, yeah, the same I would hope applied, although I've not got a specific letter to give or ascribe to Kepler in that regard. But I would expect these very bright individuals who've been charged with better understanding motions of lights that are measured off a flat Earth to know that they're not capable of reifying their own mathematics into physical existence when they come up with this out-of-the-box way of looking at things, like having the motion of Earth, bifurcating a sphere that's bent the lines measured to create it, when putting it in motion around a light we call the sun. Now, that's pretty out there, and I say it with half a smile because it's to be admired, but even the people who are inventing these out-of-the-box mathematics must know that they're not capable of reification as the Western and predominant parts of the world in general have done with these so-called models. I say so-called because that's what our opponents call the globe. Meanwhile, Earth's measured flat. Lots of us here seem to know that, and there doesn't seem to be many globers in here today, maybe. Maybe they're all just keeping very quiet. We'll find out, but there's almost...
Well, now that you made that.
Just one more shout out to action. So almost 100 people watching the live show. Please share the show if you haven't done so already. 2 clicks to stick it on your favourite social media platform, be it Bebo or MySpace or whatever it is that you like to use. It's just a button under this video that says share. So click it and then click it on whatever you use, be it Facebook or MySpace or X or whatever you kids use these days.
But now that you made the statement the Earth is measured flat, if I apply a calculation to get the height of a star using that measurement and it doesn't work, which is wrong? Me applying the calculation or the measurement?
The measurement can't be wrong, can it? It's a measurement. But your application thereafter can easily be wrong. Furthermore, as you would often say, you can't violate the measurement with the calculation. If the calculation violates the measurement, then the calculation's wrong.
Yeah, and I started thinking about who's that guy? The ballers love him. He's the one that said, if theory disagrees with experiment, it's wrong.
Was that Michio Kaku?
No, it's not Michio Kaku. It's
Feynman.
Feynman. It is.
Feynman.
You got there
yeah.
first. Yes, it is Feynman.
Yeah, I think that's what Feynman meant. Because your theory is, if you're talking about science, theory is based on hypothesis. So why would it disagree with it, right?
It can't.
But calculation.
Did you say that right? Because of I think did you say experiment, right? Not
if it disagrees with experiment, then it's wrong. Well, he's in that statement, he's summarizing the outcome being empirical. And if it disagrees with something that's empirically validated, then the thing that's disagreeing with it is inherently wrong. John's saying the same thing. If your calculation, this is taking it out of the scientific context, but if your calculation disagrees with the measurement, then it's wrong. It's just that simple.
Right, and to use
the
PV
law of
equals nRT,
non-contradiction,
if I
which
had
underpins it all.
To be wrong would be a contradiction, yes. But just, I think John's just got one further point, and let's just. But yes, go ahead, John.
Right. If I took PV equals nRT, but instead made it P minus V equals N over RT, it would not show the relationship between those measurements, and therefore is wrong.
Right.
Sometimes they'll come in, they use a quote from someone, I'm trying, one of the universities, where they talk about science is the definition of science. And it says in their observation, and then all of a sudden, then they stop the quote. And when you go and you read the actual source, it says observation and experiment. But they leave out the second half of that sentence because they need to try to do this idea that observation can replace experiment. Or you can do experiment without observation.
Yeah, but that's oversimplified as well, Crit.
It's not the first time.
Yeah.
It's not the first time they've tried to leave out the experimental part of that. As a matter of fact, they've even tried to scrub it off Wikipedia and things like that. Literally had to use a Wayback Machine to go find it, saying that it's observation and experiment. Isn't that insane?
Well, experiment is the actualization of hypothesis. That's what an experiment is. But when they say observation, that's oversimplified because it's not just observation. Because you can observe concrete nouns. You can just look at something that just is. You can't then go through a process of establishing cause, can you? Because nothing's happened. So it's like, well, not just observation, specifically observation of phenomena occurring in nature. That is to say, observing natural phenomena. That's step one. Now, once you've got that, you've got half of a hypothesis already, because the naturally occurring phenomena is, in a hypothesis, the dependent variable. Now, the only then addition to that to make it a full hypothesis is your supposed cause of that. So you've got if A, my supposed cause, then B, the phenomena you observed at step one. But it must be something that you observe. In other words, it's not a phenomena till you actually observe the phenomena. No making stuff up as phenomena and saying, well, I mean, I suggest that this would be the case. There's a force, magical force. Luke was given it. So yeah, it's got to be a naturally observed phenomena for it to be comporting with step one. It's not a phenomena until it's an observed phenomena. Then you can suppose a cause, then you've got a hypothesis. What's a hypothesis? A scientific prediction. You predict, that's suppositional, that A will cause B. Well, an experiment is you saying, let's see if A causes B or not by varying A, your independent variable. Vary it and see if it causes the thing you observed in nature. If it does, you've empirically validated the cause of the thing you studied in the first place, the observed phenomena. If you don't, you still empirically validate the hypothesis because it has a zero difference result called null. If A, not B. So if you vary A and B doesn't happen, you put a tick next to that part of the prediction. You varied it and it did not happen, but you proved that is not the case. You still empirically validated that prediction. A didn't cause B. If A, not B, tick. That's proven. So no matter what the outcome in the scientific method, you have an empirical outcome at the end of hypothesis actualization, otherwise known as experiment. When you perform an experiment, you either prove the cause or you prove something isn't the cause. But only one can be true. You can't both cause and not cause something at the same time. Therefore, one or other of those two, null or alternative hypothesis, will be validated at the end of the experimental process. A very powerful tool.
And
I'm done. Go ahead.
You said the term prediction, and that immediately will, in a lot of people's minds, bring up what's next in the pattern as being a prediction. Just so people know, pattern recognition is not a prediction. It's pattern recognition.
Yeah.
I think you should
a
say
hypothesis.
that
Go
again
ahead, Chocolate.
for the people. No, I think you should say that again for the people in the back.
About pattern recognition?
Yeah, because I think that's important. And I think that's one of the parts of the brainwashing that's gotten to people. They think just because, they see a pattern, and that means they predicted something. Yeah, say it again.
Right. Well, pattern recognition is taking events as they have happened and noticing what will be next in the pattern. It's not a prediction when you have the pattern. It's like a post-diction that remains true. It doesn't even make sense to call it a prediction. A prediction is, well, if I do this, then this will happen.
Yes. Whereas in a hypothesis, your prediction is what will cause the phenomena you're studying. That's what you're predicting. And then the experiment validates, that's to say, it confirms whether or not your prediction was correct or not. That is, if validated, a prediction. I predict this, that's A, will cause that, that's B. So I predict my causal influencer, when varied, will cause the phenomena I observed at step 1. That's a scientific prediction, otherwise known as hypothesis. And as John's pointing out, watching the clock and going, you know what, it's 11:59, I predict in 60 seconds it's going to be midnight. Science! Check it out, I made a prediction. No. You recognise the pattern in a piece of mechanical instrumentation that we've developed and ascribed a convention to, and it's got a circular pattern to it. Doesn't mean you've made science happen when you predicted that midnight would come after 11:59. Just recognising patterns.
Recognition can be useful, though. We're not disclaiming it or anything like that, because, like, say you're measuring the angle to Polaris and how much distance you travel or how much time you wait, or it would be how much distance you travel changes that angle. You can use that to find your way around the Earth. That's useful, but it's not science.
Yeah, still very useful. Just a step too far to call it science. Often when people lie to you, they know that a good shortcut to getting people to trust me, bro, is to start calling things scientific when they're not. Like, call it an experiment, and suddenly people will say, all right, well, it's obviously proven something then. What are you proving? Well, I'll just describe a story to what I've proven. I mean, the process of maybe looking at a machine or a light in the sky, that'll be called the experiment, but I'll make my own conclusions after the fact. But it'll sound like science, because it was an experiment. Right? No. But knowing what science actually is means you can identify when you're being led astray, deceived.
And all we had to say was, show us that. And it changed the whole thing. Everything went from the body of science proves everything to, science doesn't even prove things. Worse. And all we had to do was say, can you show us some of that science that you're talking about? Thanks.
Yeah, like the opener. Any scientific evidence of gravity? Are there any ballers in the woodwork? We're about 3/4 of the way through the live show. Haven't had a single peep from any ballers. Amazing.
I don't think we've said anything controversial to their worldview just yet, because they've not actually thought about the implications of the factual statements we've made.
There's almost 100 people watching, so Earth being measured flat is obviously not that controversial to ballers, it would seem. Maybe they're in the know and they know Earth's measured flat to create their ball, as we ascribe importance to currently. Knowing that Earth as a ball has come from flat Earth measurements, I would assume that would trigger the uninitiated ballers greatly, but maybe everyone in here is not smart and knows that anyway if they're a baller, and they just know it's a belief and they know they've got to measure Earth flat to have that belief. But they're cool with that. That's what beliefs are for, you know, everyone's entitled to them.
Well, if part of my rhetoric is that there is a local plane that I'm acquiring my angles from, do I believe or assert that it's a plane that I'm standing on?
You don't have to assert it though if it's being utilised in that way. Isn't it kind of redundant?
Yeah, but that's part of the statements they make is they'll just throw in terms like local and think that it's still curving.
Oh, I see what you're getting. Right. You're saying guy rides in on a horse, and where I say, well, you don't have to identify that you're on a horse. It's not like you ride into town and go, I'm on a horse, by the way. See this? This is a horse. See my horse? It's a horse. You don't need to, yeah? But what you're doing is saying that they ride in on a horse and go, excuse me, this is not a horse. In fact, there are no horses. Yeah?
I'm sorry I'm laughing because, yeah, that's exactly what they do.
Can't have horses on a flat Earth.
Do they ever quantify what they mean by local?
Yeah, they mean the bit that they're measuring at whatever size it needs to be at that particular time is flat. And because it's a really big ball, local's the appropriate word to kind of, you know, smooth over that non-bent, non-curving surface that they've just measured. Local's quite a broad term.
That was like a get out term, right? It's not flat. It's just locally flat, right? You know, it's a little bit flat.
It's not a horse. It's locally a horse, dude.
It's a
locally horse. It's locally horse. Yeah.
So when we're measuring the elevation angle to a star that's 20 degrees above the horizon, the bit that we're measuring, subpoint, is like 4,200 nautical miles away.
Locally horse.
So it's just 4,000 miles of flat. Okay.
Locally.
Cool.
Locally.
Nice.
4,000 miles locally. And when you think of the grand universe of ever-expanding nothingness that doesn't exist, then that's local. You know, it's a matter of scale.
Exactly. It's just a matter of perspective.
Talking about the universe, but you don't agree to planets out there. What?
Oh, got someone muttering. Who's that?
We have
I triggered a baller.
Yeah, hold on, Pickle. Just give a second. Like, collect your thoughts and
observation.
All right, go ahead, Pickle.
I just made an observation. You're making a wild, casual reference to what you think's going on in the universe, but you don't even want to accept there's planets out there. That's wild to me. Or black holes or galaxy. Yeah, it's wild to me.
What's wild to you? Other than your outrageous
You know about
stereotype?
what's past that, but you don't agree that that thing in between the thing you're talking about is there. That's wild to me. How do you skip that step?
Nobody did that.
Okay, so the ever-expanding universe. So we got flat Earth, and that's what's out there. Is the ever-expanding universe?
Pardon me.
See, straight away you've overstepped
I said
the line.
It doesn't exist.
Exactly.
Well, it's a question. So how did I do that? It's to you. The ball's in your court.
So the description you've given of ever expanding is a convention a man's come up with
You
But you've
used those
reified
words.
that
I
into
repeated what
existence, and
you
before
said.
I've even ended the sentence qualifying your statements, you're a bit triggered and talking through the response. So this is going to be difficult, I can tell already.
Is there a void in okay, you said the words that I invoked to ask you a question about how you skipped a step. So I didn't do anything but use your words to ask you a deeper question. There's no ball in my court, so if anybody's crossing the line, it would be you.
I answered it in my full sentence, if you would like to repeat it. Because there was
what do you
something I
think
said right
exists
after
outside
the
flat Earth?
ever-expanding universe that we don't observe.
That we don't. Okay, so no offense, I'll scratch those words about the ever-expanding universe. I don't think you know enough to make comments past flat Earth.
Sure.
That's a nice one,
Yeah.
Okay, I don't think you know.
Well, I gave him an opportunity, and he didn't fulfill the sense-making of it. So
then ad hominem. That's the solution.
Right. And then you said, and then you admitted that you didn't know.
And I'm waiting for him to, if he can jump in and fulfill that part that he didn't. Yeah.
Okay, everyone chill for a sec. Everyone just chill for a sec. What's your question? Exactly.
Okay.
Is it sham?
You have flat Earth, and I just heard him say the ever-expanding universe. There's a planetary systems, galaxies, black holes, like that's the stuff in between. So I'm just wondering how he made that statement so casually, with forgetting that he doesn't. What's his belief in the planets and the black holes and stuff, galaxies?
Okay, so if he was to say the word unicorns, you'd be all over him going, how can you say that word if you know that they're not real?
Well, I would just say, hey, and then he would say, I was just mentioning it in jest if he was honest, and we move on. Has there been a response?
Go ahead, John.
Yes, there was a response. I said
it was mentioned in jest.
Ever-expanding universe that does not exist, just like the unicorn
does not
exist.
Beautiful. We got the context. Does not exist. Thank you.
It was already given. You just thought you heard a gotcha and you wanted to jump in.
No, I asked you for clarification, and you were the least talkative one. You see, everybody else talked, and then you at the end gave me the context. That's what just happened.
There was no need for that.
No, he said
you can't divine your thoughts either, so no, fair enough. We don't know.
There's no reason to analyze me. I just asked for him to clarify.
So you know,
that's it.
Just so you know, it sounds really religious to my girlfriend who is a baller, who I let hear these conversations ever so often. When she hears Nathan for, I don't know, at least an hour talk about measurements, what science is, what science is not, and then you come in and say, you don't believe in galaxies, and you don't
Wait, who are you talking? Are you talking to me?
Yeah, you
Oh, it doesn't. You don't have to respond to me. You can't respond to me, but you've been.
I need you to clarify who you're talking to.
You've been useful to my baller girlfriend who thinks you sound religious after having listened to Nathan talk about what science is.
Yeah, when I ask a person a question, if somebody thinks I sound religious, thank you for your useless commentary, bro.
If it didn't apply to you, I don't understand why
he was talking to me, so it did. It was just definitely was talking. So I don't know why you're responding to me.
Hold on,
I don't know why you're responding.
You could
I think I did what I needed. He said what he needed to, and I did too. I don't need a third party like John.
You guys, hold on. Make a space for Nathan.
Chill.
No, just back up. You said something to me. I asked him, and then I responded. It's over.
Okay,
we don't need third parties.
I'm trying to smooth it over, Sham. So the reason he said it in that way is because
you're going to interpret for him.
Well, you said belief, didn't you?
What? I asked the dude a clarifying question about the expanding universe. He said it didn't exist. We were done there. You guys are adding extra drama for no reason.
Okay.
I was talking to John, not any of you.
Fair enough.
But I said it when in the original statement you questioned. I said that
you don't need to repeat that. You said it, bro. You're just rehashing.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Moving on.
Yeah. I really want to move on. Yeah.
I mean, you could dead all this. You could dead all this real quick and just prove that we're in an ever-expanding universe. Your words. You could just prove that instead of telling a story and then saying because someone did bring up your story, he's wrong. Because that sounds.
Bro, what are you doing, man? The convo's over, man. I just wanted him to clarify. That's it. Don't try
Yeah, it is
to
over,
get me to
because you
extend
brought up
anything.
something you have no proof for. So yeah,
I asked
you're
a
right. It
question,
is
bro.
over.
I didn't bring up shit. What's wrong with you?
Just relax.
You did bring up the ever expanding universe? Oh, that was
When a
John,
person
right?
asks a question, they're not
Was
bringing
that
up
John?
anything. Are you
Or
slow?
was that you? Was that you?
Just
Who brought
relax. I
that
don't know
up?
what.
Y'all are quick. Y'all are
Hey,
quick.
chocolate,
I'm
take.
relaxed. I'm wondering if you're mentally ill by keeping
You don't need
this flame
just
going.
don't need.
Doesn't need to.
I don't know why
Yeah.
why you're so pent up. Just relax. It's all
Just
good.
move on. Like, do you know how to do that?
Trying to. You just stop talking
He's
about
triggered. He's triggered. Either he wants to have a conversation or not. Clearly, he said something. The other guy said something. We're now doing all the meta discussing it. Bro, do you want to continue in the conversation or do you want to fade to black? Which one is
I want you to stop talking to me, bro.
It's okay.
But
He doesn't
Lee-
have anything. So
He doesn't have to leave. It's all good. Anybody else got anything they wanted to ask or clarify? Feel free.
I was just going to ask Sham if he could, if he knew what the context was. What was the conversation that led up to the point where you asked a question? Do you remember what we were talking about? That had John tongue-in-cheek referencing the ever-expanding universe?
Alrighty then.
You will never find out that.
Maybe not, but I think we'll be okay. We'll live. Anybody else?
I think we were just talking about locally flat areas and giant locally flat areas.
I think we covered that, right? It's all a matter of perspective and scale. Therefore, if you want to compare it to
Yes, we're very tiny.
In an ever-expanding universe.
Just little specks.
Yeah, tiny.
And then it's just a matter of scale.
We have
for
some
what you consider local, right?
We have some
Your
very big
local
rulers, though.
solar system.
Look, it can't be horse.
Right.
No, at that point, once you've acquired that which you require, that's flatness, there is no horse.
do you guys want to hear the most convoluted thing that I've read this morning? Well, all year, actually.
I suppose so.
Not enough. Not enough. No excitement.
Oh, please, Eli, I can't wait. I can barely contain myself.
If I don't hear it now, I'll go insane.
You pulled my thumb. Okay. So, I thought to Google, is sea level parallel to... Listen to what it says. Yes, at any given point on Earth, the sea level is considered parallel to the horizon because the horizon is essentially the line where the curvature meets the sky, which is visually perceived as a flat plane at sea level, meaning the two lines are essentially aligned. Key points: curvature of the Earth. Horizon appears flat because of the Earth's curvature and at sea level. This line aligns with the water surface. Observer's height. The farther away the horizon appears depends on the observer's height above sea level. Technical definition. While technically not perfectly parallel due to the Earth's slight obliqueness, the difference is negligible for most practical purposes. There's a couple of things that stand out to me. Obviously, you can't have sea level and the horizon parallel if the horizon is curved or if sea level is curved. That's just ridiculous. Second
There's
of all,
contradiction in terms.
they say the horizon appears right. They also say that the observer,
I got a troll that's just decided they're going to destroy the audio towards the end of this live stream. Try once more, Eli.
And the other point, the farther away the horizon appears depends on the observer's height above sea level. That's just a blatant lie because you can validate that that's not the case. So it's just like a cluster.
Well, there was one other. In there, they basically said the reason we measure it flat is because it's a ball.
It's ridiculous.
That's what
It's
they.
just
That's
so
what it said.
blatant.
When it came to the AI summary, they're basically saying in the AI summary, yeah, the reason it's so flat and measured flat is because it's a ball and that.
Yeah, that's wild. Man,
My horse is a giraffe.
Yeah, there is no horse, but the reason it's so horse is because it's not a horse.
It's okay if Earth is a flat plane as long as it's flat in a spherical way.
Yeah, that's what AI summary is. Just remember, the reason we're measuring this so flat is because it's a really big ball. Obviously.
I told you it's part of the rhetoric. Nothing about what we've said is contentious.
You sound like a true.
Sorry. Go ahead, man.
Another good AI summary is if you look up mean sea level is a horizontal plane, and it says, yes, mean sea level is considered a horizontal plane.
Because it's a really big ball and that.
The purposes
The
of
only reason it's considered a really big plane is because we're on a ball.
For this summary, the only reference they have to spheres is, although the Earth is not perfectly spherical, mean sea level is conceptualized as a flat horizontal plane for the purposes of measurement. It's not a perfect sphere. That's why mean sea level is a horizontal plane.
Yeah, it's not a perfect sphere. That's why we measure it flat and that.
For the purposes of measurements. Yeah.
But just for the purpose of measuring, it's going to be flat. Just for the measuring bit.
Has to be.
Let's stop working at the really is level, guys. It just gets difficult when you get down here to the really is.
Not the really is.
I'm going to go ahead and read this, matter of fact. Is sea level a horizontal plane? It says, yes, sea level is considered a horizontal plane as it represents the average surface level of essentially flat plane across the Earth's surface, used as a reference point for measuring elevation and depth. Key points about sea level. Definition. Sea level refers to the average height of the ocean surface between high and low tide, acting as a horizontal plane. So it's already talking. Look at that, Bev. Oh my God, look at that. You got highs and lows, but for, all intents and purposes, you get a mean, and that's considered just a horizontal frame of reference for how high or low things are. Wow. That's crazy. Boy, oh boy, I love that.
Yeah, Earth needs to be flat to reference how high or low things are. That's right.
Oh, look, wait. Important consideration. Hold the phone. While considered a horizontal plane, the Earth is curved. So the true sea level slightly varies depending on location due to factors like gravity.
That's a contradiction in terms.
You gotta love the disclaimers and the fine print. You gotta love it.
It seems like AI's been programmed with 1984 doublethink. Like, I've just got to remember that each person that comes across this talk of measuring flat and Earth as a plane being measured, just remember it's not flat, it's curved. Just so you remember that. Just got to nod to that at the end in my AI explanation for you, the Dumbo who's had to Google this and has been forced to AI explanation. Just so you know, it's only being measured flat because it's like really big and ball shaped. Just so you know. 1984, man. Can't believe it.
If you type in "is level a flat plane," you won't get a yes, even though it's told you over and over again. It most certainly is. It will never. I don't know. I mean, I this has been bothering me for a couple of years now, so. It's measured flat.
But look,
it's this discussion about.
Here's why it shouldn't bother you, because when you ask it, what I just asked it is sea level or yeah, is sea level a horizontal plane? It says yes. But when you ask it, is level horizontal or a flat plane? It says no. To a fifth grader can go, huh? That's a contradiction. It doesn't. That see, we didn't have that before. Something so simple to put side by side and tell a human, look, you're beyond 5. You're old enough to figure this out yourself.
I thought that's what I was kicking a stir up about. I'm glad you found it. AI saying it though. That's cool. Hello?
Hello.
Just having a moment of silence for the globe and the ever expanding universe.
I think it's everybody might be taking in Eli's reference to AI, which is interesting.
If you say to it, level is horizontal, is a flat plane, it says yes, level means horizontal, which essentially describes a flat plane, parallel to the ground. If you, instead of asking it a question, you tell it, level is horizontal, it reacts differently.
Yeah, just like questioning someone's belief and giving a statement of fact invokes a different reaction. That's why we've not had a lot of triggered people today.
You can only have parallel on really big balls.
Key points to remember. Horizontal describes a line or plane that is parallel to the ground. Level indicates a surface that is perfectly horizontal, meaning it is flat and has no slope. Plane refers to a flat surface where any straight line drawn between 2 points lies entirely within that surface. No controversy
You all just
there.
don't understand large spheres.
It's a Jaron quote.
He didn't say sphere anywhere in that. Why would somebody bring up sphere, I wonder? You know what I mean? Nothing in what he said had the term sphere in it, did it?
Just because you don't understand large spheres like I do, I'm the only one who understands large Home Depot spheres.
Right. The fact that someone would bring up a sphere after making that statement of fact would make them look crazy at that point, wouldn't it?
Then why are so many people still following the dude?
Have you guys all heard the Home
Large
Depot
is doing
song?
a lot of work there.
You heard the Home Depot song, Endless?
No, not that one. Last song I heard was the Where Are the Guns?
Earth is like a Home Depot. No?
Oops, sorry. Not
Someone will
plugged
dig
in.
it out for you, I'm sure.
I mean, the word large is really doing a lot of heavy lifting for them. It's a bit like the word local. It's, how large a sphere are we talking? Because, I mean, the globe claims a specific size, like a testable size. Large is a bit ambiguous.
Yeah, large balls can have local parallels. Have you never heard of a reciprocating zenith angle? What's wrong with you, man?
Where radius approaches infinity.
And beyond.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy to describe the Earth as a really big ball. You just have to invoke something that can't be expressed naturally to explain the natural world.
AI also says that humans are also parallel to each other. Typical human things parallel. AI even says you can consider them to be divergent, but that wouldn't really work out for measurements and navigation purposes.
Gonna need right angles for that.
So do the ballers actively avoid the server on a Friday afternoon now?
Seem a bit like that, doesn't it?
I wonder why.
Watching one of QE's live streams the other day, and they had people like McToon critiquing what we do, and it happened to be one of the shows we were in politics, right? And you've got McToon saying, oh, he's not got control of the server, so he can't mute people. You're like, hang on a minute. Isn't your whole shtick that I mute people? But here we are, on a Friday. I've got no control of this server. It's certainly not mine. Not that I own a server at all. And there's no ballers. They're actively avoiding it. Well, I don't have a mute button. What's the problem?
What was the other bit, Nathan? All of the flat earthers in politics all grovel at your feet. Oh, Nathan, you're so great. Hold still while we pat ya. Jeez, I hate McToon. Fair dinkum.
I haven't experienced that. When did that happen?
That's what was on that stupid video. Go and watch it again. You'll make yourself sick.
I don't know what you're talking about. Does anybody know what he's talking about?
That same video that you're talking about, yes. It was on that, mate.
Oh, McToon and various others.
That all the Discord fellas grovel at your feet, yep. With you and your mute button.
Oh, I see what you're saying now. Penny's finally dropped. Yeah, unbeknownst to that critique, I'm in a foreign server where I'm not in charge. You're not groveling at my feet. I'm a guest here. How dare he imply that all of you are like my minions? How rude.
That's exactly what he did, though. Like he brought up that you don't have the mute button. I've said mute instead of mute so much that it's stuck in my brain now. But now that you don't have that, we're going to see what happens, you know. And then when that doesn't happen the way you want it to, you just say that all the people in that Discord are somehow enslaved to Nathan Oakley. You know, that's how you just rationalize. Just keep rationalizing it that way.
I can just imagine McBoogerita coming in here. He gets in here, 8 seconds later, he's muted. Where's Nathan, McToon? Where's Nathan?
He won't do that. He's confessed that he finds the weakest flat earthers so he can make them look stupid. He won't go for the top shelf.
I think it says a lot about his intelligence that he recognizes his own limitations and how.
Yeah, but you could only play the easy teams so much. Eventually, you're going to run into a good team, and they're going to expose you.
Hey, Neil, are you saying that we should take someone that's new to this subject, train them up, and then push them at McToon?
I'll go.
You're on the panel. You're on the G+ panel. That'd be a hard sell.
Oh.
I think a better use of your time would be going through the list of podcasts that Weiss went to and being a guest on those and giving those people the proper information. He's got a whole list of people who are open to the idea of having a talk with flat earthers.
So you're saying I should clear up Dave Weiss's mess, mop up after him when he's gone out and poisoned people?
Well, not you necessarily, but anyone who's inclined to. It's mostly small shows. I'm sure they're interested in having
Wait a minute. I don't think that's fair. I'm tired of that whack. I'm tired of that whack A sentiment, Nathan. You won't be cleaning up his mess, but like in poker, you'd be cleaning up in taking the eyeballs from him.
Do you play with
Why
eyeballs?
isn't that a better perspective?
Okay. I didn't know you collected eyeballs in poker.
Why isn't that a better? Because you're joking about it. I know you're dead serious because you keep joking the same way. But if people like Whitsitt and people like Dave Weiss can siphon off viewership from you because these people have us and our arguments at first and then ran with the audience, why can't you do that?
What? What can I not do?
Look,
He
you're
does. He
jumping
runs a
between
daily
two
show.
hats, Nathan. Nathan's jumping between two hats right now, and it's not fair.
No,
In your
Nathan runs a
YouTube
daily
hat.
show.
Hold on, Neil. I
that
clearly don't understand the question or objection, and John's clarifying it. Just let him. Go ahead, John.
Right. There is two hats that you wear, your YouTube hat and your flat earth hat. Your flat earth hat is offended that you would have to go anywhere to tell anybody anything. It's just statements of fact. But your YouTube hat wants viewership. And that's the one that Eli's speaking to, is that these platforms have the viewers and they're willing to have a discussion with flat earthers. Why not go? It would get you the viewers.
I will.
So in other words,
Want to have a book in hand before you do that?
You what?
Like
Sorry?
David Weiss could be kind of like the fluffer. And you
Please
prepare
don't say
you join afterwards. You know what I mean?
Right. You got your kids, they're out playing in the neighborhood, right? And then they go out and do something stupid. You have to go out there and talk to the adults. So now it's time for the adults to talk. He can go back to playing with his really big ball.
Yeah, the Corleone family has a lot of fluffers.
Okay, right. This is going to sound really selfish, but that's life. When I've got something to sell, I'll be more inclined to do that. That's to say, if it's just going out mopping up Dave Weiss's mess for the greater good, I haven't got enough time to do that. If I'm out there marketing a book, that's different.
No. Book or no book. What I'm talking about is strategically, when there is a large audience present, you picking up those subscribers. You're looking at it as mopping up his mess. No, you just can happen to be somewhere at the right time. Your name already rings enough bells for you to just siphon off those subscribers, doing the same thing you do anyway. So you can't separate yourself from YouTube. That's all you are. I mean, it is what it is, right? You made it that way. So how the hell can you sit here and say, no, you damn well will be taking your YouTube and cleaning up his mess? Because you're never going to be somewhere not recording, right?
No, I guess not. I mean, if I'm sat in this chair doing what I do, then I'm going to be recording. I mean, I'm going to hang around here in politics for a bit longer because we haven't had much discussion out of Ballers. So even though we're still live, just to hint that we are still live, please don't swear. Yeah, I'll hang around a bit longer, drag it out so that we give the audience what they want. But yes, you're right. If I'm going to be somewhere, I'm going to be recording. What's your point?
You're selling your show if you go on to speak to them, to someone now, right? You'd be selling your show that we're doing now for someone to come and listen to the baller jump in and try to attack me for mentioning one of his religious terms. You know, that's what you would be selling.
Yeah, well, I just want more to sell. If I've got the book, I just feel more like I've got a purpose if I'm out there flogging the book. Plus, it's something that I've put a lot of work into, so it seems like a waste if I'm not taking advantage of selling it when I'm out there. Do you know what I mean? It's like, oh, if I only had the time again, it'd be great if I'd have had the book to flog when I'm at this person's door talking about the subject. You know what I mean?
Pardon me. You've got 10 years. How long has this show been running? Like 8 years, 7 years? So this show is not worth advertising then? Is that the statement you're making?
I'm not saying that it isn't. I'm just saying we've got something that's currently in the making that's marketable. So there's no harm in saying, yeah, okay, I agree with all of you, but I've got all the more reason to do that if I've got a book to go out of. Plus, it legitimizes my reason to approach them in the first place. Whereas what do I say? Oh, by the way, I noticed you just had Dave on. Yeah, he did say quite a few things that are wrong, as opposed to, hey, I've got a book about the subject you also talked to Dave Weiss about. Maybe I can talk to you about that subject also and my book that I want to plug. You know what I mean? That's all it is.
A lot of the shows on that list that he went through are quite small channels, so it's potentially quite good practice to get a presentation down, you know, as you work your way up, get a bit more notoriety and then have access to larger channels. And all the while, you would be building a larger and larger audience. It's kind of got a snowballing effect to it. And instead of maybe for a little bit that would be a daily or weekly show, or like once a week, one of the shows from once a week for Fed. Most of those podcasts would be fine with you also rehosting or recording it.
Yeah.
But yeah, like the reason that you didn't have anything to sell, I don't think that's true. At this moment, you do have something to sell. You have an open panel forum where people can come and discuss this topic. Not debate it anymore. The debate's over. But we won't tell them that. But just to keep it honest,
sure,
discuss this topic.
In years gone by, there's perhaps a lesser reason to promote the show to bigger channels, but now I just feel it's we've got more to brag about on bigger shows, so therefore it's more worthy to actually try and achieve that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I see your point too. I just, and I'm not saying you're wrong. The only thing I'm saying you're wrong about is when you said, when I have something to sell. That's what the only reason I spoke of is you do have something to sell now. That's not, you can't use that as an excuse. But you can do what you want to do. You know what I mean? Like, if you don't think that's enough, there's no,
You're consistently selling yourself in our likeness for viewership. That has been the truth and the same since you started doing YouTube. So the reason and the purpose you would do, however you would do it, I don't even know. I haven't even thought it. However you would go and siphon off these members from other people's viewership. The whole point is you're doing that for more subscribers, so that you have more people coming in the live show. Especially when we come up against an even bigger channel, just makes you look more authentic because people like big numbers.
Just not a very grand cause, that's all.
To get bigger numbers and bigger subscribers?
Yeah, it's not exactly unique, is it? Any YouTuber wants that.
Yeah, but that clout gives you clout. The bigger number gives you clout and gives you access to other audiences.
Yeah.
Success begets success.
And you did say that was the goal. You did say that was the goal. And, we've already determined that you kind of can't not do the kind of thing that, for example, Whitson has done or Dave Weiss has done. We've seen what they've done. They started at zero like you, but, in respect to everything that we do, we've stayed in the same server. Thank you, Betty. Is it Betty? Is Betty's server? And we appreciate all that. What you haven't done is ventured out. Dave Weiss has taken his platform and has gone everywhere. Whitson has taken his platform and our arguments, and he's gone everywhere. You're just saying, I don't see the need to do that. Well, then what are we doing this for, man? Gonna grow or not?
Okay. You tell me how to do that. There's still the 6 degrees of separation. If you know somebody, tell me and I'll contact them.
Does anyone still have Weiss's app installed?
I'll take that. Thank you.
Because he has a whole playlist of shows he went on. They would be a good place to start contacting.
I love this assumption that just because Dave Weiss has been on something and they're receptive to Dave Weiss, yeah, I'm sure he's built those relationships and found a way in with those individuals. Doesn't mean I'm going to get them. I wouldn't know where to begin.
What it does show is that...
Hold on, just one sec.
It doesn't...
Just one sec. So if you've got a list of Dave Weiss's shows, does that come with a list of emails for all the people that I'd need to contact to get on those shows? Of course it doesn't.
Most of them are just small YouTubers.
Okay.
A lot of the early ones were just, channels with like 3,000 subscribers or, a few thousand subscribers here and there. Various conspiracy channels and things like that.
Me and Eli will do it. Do you have a way to post the link to what you're talking about? And me and Eli will be Nathan's involuntary promoter for this. And thank you.
Does anyone have Weiss's app still installed? Because that's where that playlist is. He has a playlist that's linked from that. Because I just checked his YouTube channel. He doesn't have it publicly available on their private. It was. I haven't used the app for a couple of years at this point. Does anyone here have it installed?
No, I deleted it ages
Probably not. Yeah.
Oh my God. I feel dirty. Am I going to have to buy this app?
No.
Get the information.
No. I'll sacrifice my phone. I'll install it.
I mean, I have paid for the app at some point. I'm not going to lie and pretend I haven't, because I did.
You don't need the app. You can just go on flatearthdave.com and hit interviews, and there's all his interviews.
Oh, beautiful.
Great. I'm so glad we're plugging Dave and his app. That's just delightful.
Nathan, can you contact Eddie Bravo? I'm sure he'd happily put you onto people.
I am actually in touch with Eddie Bravo, but I keep in touch with him on a more friendly level, which is to say, when he's got an argument he wants answering, I'll answer it for him.
Yeah, you're sharpening his tools. I'm sure he'll happily reciprocate and put you onto some good shows.
Well, maybe that'll be my starting point. Again, one of the things I've been talking about him is about the book and its progress, which is to say he's been not kept in the loop, but he's aware that that's coming along. So I mean, no doubt, that he's going to want to talk about it once it's actually something that's useful.
Yeah, you want to save the big shows for when you've got the book to plug, but getting into a fighting fit and a shape with these little shows might be useful.
I'm good. I've done that. Go back and look at Flat Earth UK.
I meant like,
I've done it. I've been there, done that. No offense to the smaller YouTubers out there.
Are you going to have like a?
Yeah.
Are you going to have a sort of presentation associated with the book, like specifically built around the ideas in the book?
No.
Because I mean, is the intention to do multiple, like a lot of different shows once it's available?
Nah, I get what you're saying. Like, Dave's got his repertoire, as we're talking about Dave, and he'll rattle off the same old garbage. Me, I don't do that. I don't have a script. So, no. Yeah. I'll happily talk about this subject all day long with anybody that wants to talk about it. And if I've got something to self-promote, my channel, the subscriber base, or, as I'm more keen to do, promote a book, because that's something you can physically offer to them. You can say, look, I've got this book. It's going to benefit you. Most people are selfish, right? When I assess these things, I have to empathetically put myself in the position of the person I'm approaching and ask the question they would ask. What's the question they would ask? What's in it for me? That's what people ask. What's in it for me? So when I approach them and go, if I come on your show, I could grow my subscription base. Response to the person that you've just put that to, oh yeah, what's in it for me? Yeah.
I got an answer.
Enlightenment. Go ahead, John.
An interesting show.
I have a different and unique understanding of the world that we live in that you've never heard. And if you're interested, I have that.
Yeah. I can sell myself as a very special snowflake, and they can turn around and go, "Aren't you just a flat earther?" Yeah, I am, with a book.
Listen. Killer Priest podcast. That was one of the largest viewed streams he had. Now, you can't play ignorant, because I'm telling you now, and we all know this. When regular channels, quote unquote, channels that don't necessarily talk about flat earth, their numbers blow up. So why are you there cleaning up Dave Weiss's mess? Because he originally came on to tell people how the earth is flat, and then he left a hungry taste. He left a hunger, okay? He didn't do the job. People are still waiting for that. The guy that connected me to Killer Priest specifically said that. And we're waiting for Nathan to do his sciencey thing. That's what we want to see. So when you say, well, what am I going on these channels for? What do I have to offer? Numbnuts. I have to offer actual flat earth proof. Evidence, axioms, measurements. I can tell you why they've lied to you about science. What is science? Really? What's not science? What's a model? What isn't a model? These are things that Dave couldn't help you think through. You're welcome for all of the views that you got from me just merely being here. That's what happened.
Yeah, I don't disagree one bit.
So going back to the initial point that nobody is no longer contentious, me and Elijah will get that list of shows that are open and looking for flat earth information, and we will pour you out to them. Right?
Excellent. Sounds good. I don't know about the terminology whoring me out, but that sounds good.
Yeah, it really kind of let me down a little bit when I spoke to Joe Rogan's manager, and he told me to piss off. But the fact that I was able to speak to him, but the fact that I was able to speak to him means that there is a door. I just didn't have the right credentials to get through that door. You know what I mean?
Right.
That's not that Jamie guy, right? That be in the back, that guy. But I could see him getting a little. He gets triggered by things like this. So.
Rogan's handler, you mean?
Eddie Bravo is the way to get onto Joe Rogan.
You're going to have more luck with people like Sam Tripoli and other people in that side of the...
Yeah, the Tinfoil Hat podcast.
Yeah. I potentially have an in with like OBDM, who does... Midnight Mike does a show with Sam Tripoli and used to do Union of the Unwanted as well.
There may be a lot of problems, though, in what we're discussing, because a lot of the channels we're going to be going to are conspiratorial ballers. You know what I mean? And it seems like the more conspiratorial a person is, the harder it is for them to take on the information we have to give.
You're not necessarily just talking to the host, though, are you? You're talking to their entire audience.
Of course.
Hi.
There's only
I'm
ever
Nathan
going to be
Oakley.
a small percentage of people who are willing to listen to this particular set of ideas.
Hold on, Kiwi got jokes. Hold on.
Hi,
Kiwi.
I'm Nathan Oakley. I'm a special bitch.
No swearing, please.
Can't talk to a hoe like that.
Yeah, is anyone else besides John give out the information about the scientific method in this topic? Or was he the originator? So you were the originator of that information in this topic.
Didn't Brian do it a couple of weeks before John even got here?
That would actually make John a special snowflake. Just that.
I was a Nathan Oakley wannabe yesterday evening in politics.
Oh, no way.
Yes.
Oh,
yeah. The guru was accused of being subservient to the student. Yeah. I see.
Just want to be like Nathan Oakley, I was told last night.
Now that you mention that, I just realized that I'm no longer parroting Nathan and Kiwi. They see me as my own man. So, congrats to me. Yeah.
For those who need it in a Star Wars reference, it's like somebody saying to Yoda, "You just want to be like Anakin."
No, it's Darth Vader saying the student is now the master.
It was pretty funny. He went on and on about it.
Who's he?
I can't remember his name. Somebody would have to, in politics right here, somebody would have to state him. I can't remember.
This is gonna. I've left it an extra half an hour on the live show because literally we haven't triggered a single baller, not one. Been here an hour and a half.
I did, but he immediately ran away.
I'm gonna
Gotta change your time up.
I don't think it's time. It's nothing to do with timing. But I'm going to round out the live show. So with that, I'm going to say if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams, then stay tuned, as there will be an after show to follow.
Have to have a conversation if that's what you're. Your mic sucks.
And you wonder why you get muted.
I know why I get muted.
Why you get muted?
Because DJ is afraid of me having a voice.
That's absolutely not true.
Yeah, he's afraid of me having a voice on this platform.
That is not true.
Okay. Don't worry, let him talk. Don't worry.
He did get the point about the mic, correct?
Everyone's scared of you.
I was going to say I am actually scared of him.
I just heard your voice on this platform. So
don't worry, DJ will protect you.
Ideally, this guy does not need to be having a voice on this platform.
Shut him down.
This is a gravity refraction server when you leave.
Refracted gravity?
Yeah, refravity.
Is it reflected or refracted?
Whatever you want. That's what it is.
I like it with the L. I like some reflection.
I had a serious crayon muncher last night, man. When I first popped in, it was glorious. He went down for a 10 count. He started galloping. I slammed him on every single thing he said. And then he wanted to keep on going. Get out of here. And remember, Nathan is a special bitch.
Did he go Black Knight on you, where like you cut off his arms and legs, and he was just a nub, and he's like, "Oh, I'll chew your ankles off."
Nah, it was more than arms and legs. It was arms, legs, torso, head, toes. It was pretty funny.
If there was that much faith in the Christian community, I think the entire world would be Christian.
His name was Hush. I do remember that name. Hush, that's his name.
Hush, hush. I thought I heard you calling my name now.
That's why I remembered it.
Wow.
Did he get that name by what he couldn't do? John,
I love how you tell him
Gish Gallop,
to get a citation.
Say again?
Say that.
you go.
I guess not.
All right. Well, you said Gish Galloping a minute ago. Does Gish Galloping is when they go into like just spouting out the mouth like as many and as baseless assertions as they can? Is that what you're talking about?
No, it's sort of a Gish Gallop. It's jumping from topic to topic, but he wasn't really making claims. He was asking questions. Would go to a topic, I'd destroy him, and then he'd ask one question with that subtopic, and then would move to the next topic. Like, for example, brought up the second law of thermodynamics because he was stating something that about outer space, and I said, well, that's a standing second law of thermodynamics violation. And he said, who came up with the second law of thermodynamics? Like that has any bearing. So he got it real quick. Clausius, Lord Kelvin, Carnot, and Kara Theodore. Then he stopped for a second. Then he went to the next subject. It was a lot of fun. It was like whack-a-mole.
Okay, yeah, I understand. Gish Galloping is new to me. I didn't understand that as a term.
Well, they charged he's Professor Dwayne Gish back in the day with Evotards for doing such like that. I seen it maybe once or twice where he did it, but he was king with it. He'd jack 'em yard. So they termed it Gish Galloping.
Isn't that kind of like a fancy term for scattergunning?
I didn't hear that.
Wouldn't that just be like a fancier term for scattergunning?
Yeah, sort of.
I always thought it was a Brit thing.
I'm surprised Robert Utah didn't show up this morning. We were telling him he should show up. He has a new concept. Circular triangles.
A thing that
God.
So a thing that inherently doesn't have any angles to speak of having
I don't know.
three
You'd have
angles.
to ask him.
Oh, I can't wait.
He said circular triangles. I just said, shut up. Shut your mouth. Shut up. I'm not talking to you. Come by tomorrow morning. Nathan Oakley Show.
Well,
We still in politics?
I believe so.
You definitely are.
Somebody go get Robert, brother.
We okay hanging around here for another half an hour or so in politics?
You say again?
I wasn't asking you.
Well,
Yeah,
I was
no
talking.
problems.
Jolly good. How's your work, QE?
What did you just say?
Don't worry about it. You're just trying to be like me.
Yeah, I know.
He said, as you were, soldier.
That came through loud and clear.
Yeah, he sounded good, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
I still sound like shit. But anyway.
Q, you missed my apology yesterday. I'm sorry, Jeff. But you missed my apology for how atrocious my mic when I'm on Bluetooth sounds. So I made a public apology because I didn't hear it until I rewatched one of the episodes. I was like, damn. My mic sounds like crap. So I'm trying not to use it. I got to find a better mic. But
yeah.
That's hard to do because you can't test them in the store, you know what I mean? Like, and you just about got to do a show to be able to hear yourself to know whether it was any good, you know, like.
Exactly. And I don't have the noise levels I need to test it. So when I try to speak when it's quiet here, but it doesn't happen very often.
It's because we're in an echo chamber. That's why there's so many people arguing.
Hey, Adam.
There's the other part of the equation.
We can do some book writing then.
I'm too sick.
Really? I knew something was wrong.
If we're
I
not
was sick
rude,
yesterday, but I had to spend the day with the accountants. But
I was going to ask, how did that go? Was that fun? Everyone loves accountants.
Oh, it's just, yeah, especially when you feel like shit. Yeah, great fun.
I remember the first ever meeting with my accountant. At your advice, right, Adam? You're like, get an accountant.
Yeah.
And I went with my wife, and I basically said, I never want to talk to you. That's what I basically said to her. Deal with my wife. She can deal with you. I never want to talk to you ever. Because I know that the only thing she's ever going to give me is stress, isn't she? There's no reason to talk to me. It's never going to be beneficial to have a conversation with her. It's always going to be stressful.
It's normally just bad news, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. When my wife says the accountant wants to speak to her, no, she doesn't. No, she doesn't want to speak to me. She might want to speak to you.
The shocking part is you two guys have accountants.
Why is that shocking?
I don't have one.
Okay.
So that speaks volumes right there.
I don't know if that's trying to be some besmirchment of us. I don't know what he's saying. Do you know what he's saying, Adam?
He's supposed. I don't believe that's ridiculous.
I don't have one. Are you two guys special bitches?
You like that, huh?
I like it, especially when you said, I'm a special snowflake. I had to get in there, man. I just woke up, and that's what the first thing I heard. I said, oh, man. I thought you were going to say, I'm a special bitch.
I am a very special snowflake.
So, I guess no book. Well, I told you it'd be June.
Oh, well, we might still get it out for Easter.
Speaking of the book, are you going to do any pre-orders or signed copies or anything? I know it's a bit of a hassle posting stuff out, but it'll get you a lot of extra dollar.
Yeah, I think that's going to be something I can do from what I was speaking with the publisher. Yes, sky's the limit. I can do all that sort of stuff, and it's not even that difficult from what I glean. So yeah,
fantastic, nice one. Hardback, paper book, or both?
Yeah, both, and we'll do an audiobook version as well.
There'll be some extra special ones signed by the authors.
Authors? Excuse me. Outrageous.
I want a Neil signed autograph.
That's right. I have to autograph a book for someone. I am special. I am the special snowflake.
Neil Consento.
Consento.
We were having a bit of a discussion about this the other day, Nathan. In all imperial countries, they should be sold for $39.59, and in all metric countries, $63.71.
Yeah, certainly that has been bandied around already, the $39.59 idea. Only because it's an appropriate kind of price, or at least it is in pounds.
Do Flat Earthers get a discount code?
No, absolutely not. If anything, I'm going to charge them more.
It charged more.
If you're sending them to any non-globers, you should send them with some crayons to munch.
Dude, I'm getting mine double spaced. That way I have room for my red pen.
You're going to have trouble with a red pen on this one, but you're welcome to.
I get that a lot, but it turns out usually not to be the case.
I think you have a rival for your mic, Chocolate.
Wait, did somebody suggest we just send them out with like a free crayon for the crayon hunters? That was bad.
Oh, that's perfect. That's perfect. You have an extra thing on the front, which has a cellophane wrapper that says, "In case of emergency, break cellophane and eat." And there's a crayon inside.
I'll tell you what, AI. I've been at some of the sessions where they're writing the book, and I couldn't even get in the mathematics of how they created the globe because I couldn't cite them and their or the origins of them. So the red pen's going to be, I don't know, that'll be a rough one on this book, I promise you.
Right, we're going to be here for about another 15 minutes, so if there are any ballers that want to get their 2 penny worth in, this is your last opportunity. Obviously, we'll be back next week either way.
One more thing, Nathan, regarding the book. I don't know what online platforms you can sell it from, but in the past with my bands, I've sold a CD, for example, I've sold a CD for $5 or pay what you will. So people can pay whatever they want over that. And 5 times out of 10, people would pay 15 quid. They'd pay you more than you're asking for. So
Right.
That's an option.
Is there any way of doing that but excluding the poor people from having it?
No. That's like when you get your tax return and they tell you, "Would you like to pay extra taxes?"
Or like when we're sold out the CD, we put the music up for free download or pay what you will, and people were still paying 15 quids and stuff like that when they could have just gotten it for free. That was off a platform called Bandcamp, but I don't know if there's anything like that for books or whatnot.
Yeah, potentially. Again, no, I definitely want it to make money. But yeah, that might be an option to do once it's been out there. I'll speak to the publisher, who might be even more selfish than I. We'll find out.
Just to hype the book a little bit more, it's a hard it's hard to find that line between being informative and entertaining and making them fit together well. And from what I've seen of it, they're doing a good job.
Yeah, the bit that's valuable has come from other people. The bit that makes it a reasonable book to read with a structure about having a show, that's come from me. So when Adam was like authors, it's because, yes, there's lots of people around me that are actually looking for high quality citations, and Adam especially putting things into words with the assistance of QE and lots of others around us when we're going through these books, redrafting it over and over again. So it does have authors, as much as I can scoff at Adam suggesting that his name will go on it. It won't.
I was referring to Neil. You've not missed a session, have you, Neil?
What's that?
Yeah,
I will be there.
That's true, actually. Neil is, generally speaking, there all the time, isn't he?
I have to make sure the work is getting done properly.
Foreman.
I've actually contributed more citations than Neil. So no, me and Neil don't go on the book title.
No. If it's a discussion about being in a book, I do not need it. I'm just honored to be there and see masters at work. It's wonderful to witness.
I love listening. I do. I love listening because it's interesting to see how the group, as opposed to.
Excuse me, is there an individual here named Nathan?
No, there's nobody called Nathan here.
No, never, no. He's a special bitch, but he's not here.
No swearing, please.
All right. That's not swearing.
Technically, it's not a swear word. Neither is the other one. Bastard. Oh.
I know what
context makes it a swear word.
What Nathan are you
the
looking
context you're using it.
Yes, that is I. It is I, Nathan.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is Nathan actually here?
Yes, it's me.
I just wanted to ask, if you don't mind, what would you find to be the most compelling argument or piece of evidence supporting the belief that the Earth is flat? I just wanted to do research on the subject further.
Okay, it's not a belief. Earth's measured flat.
Okay.
Wow, that's some studious research.
That was quick.
Yeah, you get the kind of the.
Further explain, please?
There isn't really any explanation. If you take any measurement of Earth's surface, it will be flat. Furthermore, the belief or inference that it's something other than flat will generally come from Earth being measured flat and then a calculation being imposed further to that flat measurement. For instance, believing that you're on a ball starts with measuring Earth flat. For instance, the latitude and longitude system that's measured with elevation angles off a flat Earth to create that system that the ball is based on. So if you believe, for instance, that you're on a ball, well, you'll need to measure Earth flat to believe you're on a ball, because that's where the ball comes from, flat Earth measurements. So it's not a belief, Earth's measured flat, just to reiterate the same thing I said earlier.
Is that it?
Stunned them.
No, I just wanted to do research further into this, but seems as though you have a statement that you often regurgitate, and I guess no one has any insight on it. So I guess that's it.
That's the way you hand wave that. You just hand waved everything Nathan just stated to you, didn't you? Blew it out of your
I
mouth.
wasn't here to argue or debate. I wanted something of subject material to go and study.
It isn't a debate.
I wanted to know
measured flat.
his opinion.
It's not a debate. It's measured flat.
Stone, would you like an example of what he's talking?
I'd like something to go look into, yeah.
Okay. I gave him one, though, didn't I? Latitude, for example.
Land long.
You familiar with latitude?
Latin long, yeah.
Okay, how's it measured? Okay, how does Google say it's measured?
I'm sorry?
How does Google say it's measured?
Dude, I'm sitting here eating food. I just want you to give me a subject matter I can go study.
Yeah, latitude. Latitude. I asked you if you knew how it is measured. You're like, that long? Yeah. How's it measured? I said. Then there was a protracted silence, and I jokingly said, how does Google say it's measured? Me implying that the silence was you Googling how latitude's measured. You asked for a subject to study.
I'm just sitting here eating.
And I'm still talking while you're replying to me, responding to you. Yeah, you've been given a subject to look at. Latitude, third time. Do you know how it's measured? That requires you to respond, like, with a yes or no.
Are you by chance able to just respectfully just like go on and like make it a snowball so I can sit here and eat and listen?
Are you a special snowflake? Do you need me to be super respectful? Oh, sir. Do you know,
sir? I don't know.
Maybe you could be respectful by talking through me as I'm respectfully calling you sir. When I ask my question for the fourth time, sir, do you know what latitude is and how it's measured? Fourth time, sir.
I'll say what the guy said. I don't know.
You don't know what latitude is and how it's measured. Let me tell you. It's an elevation angle measurement with respect to a flat plane of Earth with respect to a star called Polaris. That's a flat Earth elevation angle measurement of Earth. Well, I'm glad that you could respond. Your dumbfounded silence speaks volumes.
Well, it's not a debatable topic like you stated to him before, so I don't guess it requires a response, does it?
Why does this always turn out into anger? I just wanted to listen, dude.
Nobody's angry. We were just telling you Earth's measured flat.
You're raising your voice.
Nobody's angry. You're just interrupting quite a lot. Nevertheless, I'll try and repeat that sentence that you just interrupted whilst you told me that I'm angry in the middle of the sentence that I'm pointing out. I'm not angry. I'm just telling you what you asked for. You said you wanted something to go and research. Yeah, with respect to the Earth being measured flat. Yeah, we got what you wanted and you've been given it. I mean, it'd be nice if we got some respect back from you and you maybe said thank you. You can go and look at how latitude's measured. I've told you it's measured flat with an angle, and in the middle of me telling you that, maybe you'll tell me that I'm angry in the middle of this sentence that you're now interrupting, because you're disrespectful. Yeah?
Oh, okay.
Not really. You're being disrespectful with your interruptions. That's disrespectful. It's not okay. It's rude. You're rude. I'm telling you, Earth's measured flat. You're not thanking me for the information I've given you. You're leaving long protracted silences and then asking in the middle of my sentence whether or not I'm angry. I'm getting angry with an idiot. You're an idiot. I can insult you, and I can say that you seem triggered and angry and irritated. Why would you seem so triggered and angry? Calm down. Stop getting so angry, sir. Why are you so angry?
Wow.
Yeah, I can do it too. Yeah, misrepresent you and claim you're angry when we're just having a conversation about something you didn't know, which is the Earth's measured flat. You asked for something to research. Have you gone and researched latitude measurement, per se, sir? Maybe you'd like to tell me I'm rude. Meanwhile, Earth's measured flat. Your globe religion that I think you've got, I'm just going to assume, came from those flat Earth measurements, the ones that you were pondering. I know that you're very keen to interrupt this statement. Maybe ask me if I'm angry. I'm not. Earth's measured flat, though, just so we're clear.
I think Divergent's providing more than you, so I'll take Divergent's word.
Jolly good.
Thank you, though. I appreciate it.
It's absolutely my pleasure.
I remember one time I walked into a kennel. It was a dog pound, actually. And I asked to see their dogs. And they walked me down this hallway with, there was all this loud barking and these open fences that had like cages and that you could see through them, like all the way down through here. And I kept asking them where the dogs were.
Did you keep asking them if there was some way of researching dogs while you were walking through the kennels, right? Just asking if there's something you could research to figure out whether or not dogs exist. You kept on asking the person giving you the tour, is there something you could be researching about whether or not dogs are real in the kennel? Yeah, I know the feeling.
He asked the wrong
Happens to me
question.
all the time.
He asked the wrong question. That's why he was befuddled. He should have said, "Where's the dags?"
Dags, yeah, dags.
Dags. Dogs, you mean?
Yeah, I like dags.
So does Trump.
President Trump comes in here every now and again too, just to let you know.
Right, it's to say to this, right?
Did I hear somebody mention dogs? Because they're all dogs. Abu Bigladi is dead. He died like a dog. He was crying. I said, don't cry, Abu.
Right, politics. Thank you for having us. It's descended to this, I'm afraid. So we'll see you next Friday. Thank you for having us.
You don't like Mike Trump? I'm sorry. I'm working on my craft. But I said, don't cry, Abu. He cried. I wouldn't have cried.
Oh, yeah, but before you go, so the other day I heard somebody say that GeoServer was created as a response to FED. That's factually inaccurate. It was directly created as a response to events that occurred in 24/7.
Outrageous.
So set the record straight.
No, all things happen as a consequence of FED. There is only FED. How dare you suggest otherwise?
Yeah, and
I know that's the version that some people believe, and that's okay. I'm happy that they believe what they believe.
If you're suggesting there is a world outside of FED, you're wrong. There's no world outside of this cult. There's only the cult of FED.
Yes. You know how FED screws in a light bulb? It holds up the light bulb, and the world spins around it.
Yes.
The answer is they do it 2 weeks. They do it 2 weeks beforehand.
That was brilliant. We hold up the light bulb. The world spins around it as we hold it. Anyway, thank you for having us, politics. We'll see you next week.
No worries.
Yeah.
I remember.
Hold on. Then you wait for 20 minutes and then you go back in.
Or we find the live
yes,
stream
do
that they're
that.
doing and listen to the live stream now that we've left. Are they talking about us? What are they saying? Do they like us? Do they love me?
That shit was hilarious yesterday, though. You know, like we just left, waited. Was it even 5 minutes, Kiwi?
It didn't matter. We went back to right when we left and then started right there.
Terrible.
Yeah.
I had no part in that. Other than recording it and publishing it for monetary gain. I had no part in that whatsoever.
Uh-huh.
I was kind of felt bad for you, Nathan. Like they seemed so polite to you, or like they were trying to be friendly, and then as soon as you walked away, it was like the fucking. Pardon me.
No swearing.
It was like what do you call that? Where women, or it was like the women's church group talking about their men.
The term is it's the taxi syndrome, right? So you get a group of women that go out on a Friday night. They're all, oh, Sarah, you've been such a good laugh. Right, and then they get to the first person's house after the night out in the taxi, and Sarah gets out, leaving Josie and Carol and Sandra. They go, bye, it was lovely. I'll see you next time. And then as soon as she gets out, that bitch. Do you know what she said about my husband? Yeah, taxi syndrome.
I mean, that's exactly what happened. Because like even the people I thought that were like receptive to the information you were sharing, like were, I don't know, it didn't seem like we had walked into a neutral platform.
you just have to spin this stuff. They don't hate us. They love to hate us, which ultimately means they love me. These positive spins so easy.
Yeah, it sounds like I missed something good.
We went to
You didn't.
Earth Awakenings.
Speaking of which, that's what like biddies and women. Guys don't do that.
You
ever notice that?
You did exactly that. It was you that went to the server. It's you that went and dug out the live feed, and you that started responding to it. So what do you mean? You blaming women for something that you're doing?
What? How is that the same though?
How is that the same? It's different. He did it, so it's different.
It's different. That's out of that's a category error.
Outrageous.
That's a category error, dude. You're like the spin meister. Now let me get back to the point. Guys don't ever do that though, right?
Hold on. Did we just not have that conversation? Is a slight ad hoc and personal attack on me a segue from the fact that you do that? You did it yesterday within 24 hours.
No, he doesn't do that. He didn't do that. What are you talking about? He did not.
I'm missing it. Sorry. If you say it again, only women do that. Of course, I'm getting it now.
How is that? How is that warranted when they all know I call them the land of misfit toys? That I have pure disdain for them, right, to their faces. So how is that appropriate? That it's not. I told you it was a category error.
That's the difference right there. If you just stating something that you know believe or know to someone, and you say it when they're not there, there's nothing wrong with that. But if you're scared and you keep your mouth shut when you're around them and you talk about them when they're gone, that's a problem. Guys don't do that.
Well, except the guys in the land of misfit toys. I'm shouting you out, Tora. Mr. QE will run away, huh? Well, we're going to see next time. When's the next time you're going in there?
Don't know.
Next Thursday?
Yeah, I'm going to go with yeah.
You're going to go with yeah. Mr. asked me, well, what's going on in Skunk Bay? Yeah. Well, I don't know. I didn't bring up Skunk
Quick
Bay.
radius question,
Can you explain
fellas.
Skunk Bay for us? No, I don't think so. That's what I should have told him, but I didn't. We're going to see next week.
Quick radius question. The radius of the Great Circle, or what we call it. The radius of the Great Circle, what we call the equator, is 5,400 nautical miles, yet the globe claims a radius of 3,959 miles. Why is there, where do they get that number from? I understand it's originally with elevation angles to Polaris, but like I said, that's 5,400 miles.
You want us to do maths this early in the morning, man? Why don't you convert all those nautical miles for us? Get us on the same units of measure, for God's sake.
I'll do it for.
Go ahead, Brian.
Hello, everyone. Okay, Kiwi, thank you. When you take two opposing longitude lines, right? Each longitude line is 10,800 nautical miles in length. Never mind what it is in statute for the minute. When you make any two opposing longitude lines, make the ends of them meet, you get a circle, right? That's 21,600 nautical miles. When you then get the radius of that circle in nautical miles and then convert from nautical to statute, you get 3958 point blah, blah, blah. And they round it off at 3959 because they try, as part of that reason is, I won't go into why they do that, but they round it off up to 3959. The actual radius is 3958 and change. So just get the radius of a 21,600. Just get the radius of 21,000 of a circumference of 21,600, and then convert that answer into nautical or from nautical miles into statute. Just use the nautical to statute conversion. That's where they get the radius from. It's purely made up.
But didn't QE just say that when he said just convert it to the same unit of measure?
No, because he's asking where it comes from, how they got that. And how they got that is by taking, see, he's thinking of the radius being 5,400 nautical miles. That would be true on a flat plane, but that's not what they did. They made a circle out of two opposing longitude lines. And if each longitude line is 10,800 nautical miles, then two of them together would be 21,600 nautical miles. And you then get the radius of that circle and convert that number to statute. And that's where their radius comes from. It's literally that simple. That's where they got it from.
Thanks, Brian.
Outstanding performance.
Thank you.
Question guy, you good?
Yeah, thanks, Brian. Yeah, thanks, Brian.
Yep.
No worries.
I completely misheard his question then. I just thought he was wondering about what the discrepancy was, but never mind.
Just for the person asking, the conversion is 1.1508. 1.1508. That's the conversion from nautical to statute, or statute back to nautical. So you multiply for nautical, and you divide for statute.
Hey, Brian,
as in you multiply the nautical to get the statute, and you divide the statute to get the nautical. Sorry, John, go on.
I was just going to come back to something you said. I remembered from like a few months back, and I got to looking into it a little bit because I was bored. The nautical mile being a straight line horizontal distance, and there was a mention of it being turned into an SI unit, so then it could be applied to something outside the horizontal. Do you remember that discussion?
I think I do, yes. I think I do remember that they were turning it into an SI unit, yeah.
Well, no, it is, but it is a SI unit, but it is, it would be a misapplication of it because it's measured on the horizontal. You don't ever measure it in the vertical or in an angle or nothing like that.
With statute miles are linear straight line distances, but you can curve them, but only after it's established that they're straight line horizontals. But I think with nautical miles, technically, they're only straight lines. I don't see how a nautical mile, like you can do it mathematically, and I'm saying you can't. It's obviously possible to do, but I think you're cheating using a nautical mile in a circle, if you understand what I mean.
No, you can't. Yes, I do, because you can't wrap the nautical mile is horizontal as part of how it's defined. You know what I mean?
You got a citation?
Yeah.
Sorry, Kiwi?
Yeah, it was in the.
Go ahead, John.
Brian, could you give me that citation you had for the nautical mile from this? I don't know if you remember the discussion we were having.
It may not have been me that had it because I have very, very few, if any, citations. It might have been Adam, John.
That'll be your undoing.
Yeah, I want to. Hold on, because we were discussing the citation. That's what brought this conversation forward. It was part of the citation.
All right, let me see. Nathan, or not Nathan's wench, Adam's wench. A nautical mile is a unit of measurement used in air, marine, and space navigation. Really? It's also used to define territorial waters. So how long is a nautical mile? Why is a nautical mile different? Why is a nautical mile different from a mile on land? The Earth is not a perfect sphere. So the length of a nautical mile varies depending on the latitude. The Earth is slightly flattened at the poles, making it an oblate spheroid. That's what Adam's wench says.
That destroys them, and I'll tell you why. The reason it destroys them is this. is that they can't use the latitude and longitude grid and claim an oblate spheroid, as that grid only works on a perfect sphere or a flat plane, as in mathematically. Because if you think about an oblate spheroid, what that's going to do is it's going to change the distance, exactly what they're admitting, between latitudes. So the nautical mile will change its length between latitudes. But then the ratio has to change between nautical and statuate. But there is no change in nautical and statuate. This was part of our presentation I did some years ago. There is no change between nautical and statuate. No matter what direction you go in, the ratio is always the same. Now, there's some controversy as to whether that is the correct ratio or not. But the point being is that the ratio that's accepted, or the general ratio, that never changes. So that's what they're saying. What Grok is saying there, or Gemini, or whoever, is the usual rhetoric. But what they forget about is that destroys the claim that they can use the latitude and longitude grid. They can't. You can't have an oblate spheroid and have longitude lines meeting at the bottom and at the top, and it all working with latitude. It just mathematically can't work.
Right, but how do you measure longitude? What is the measurement? Right, the
angle, elevation angle.
Right. You take the elevation angle over a horizontal distance.
Exactly, because the nautical mile is measured along the adjacent. I mean, that's what you're measuring. Now, I know they have circles of equal altitude after that and whatever, but the actual initial measurement, where you're laying out the nautical mile, is along the adjacent of the right angle triangle.
Right. Yeah. So ipso facto must be horizontal is part of the definition. That was why it struck me, because it went to latitude, and I was like, well, I just got to looking into it last night. I got bored.
So from Science Direct, now this is science, I guess. Nautical mile is defined as 1 minute of arc on a line of longitude. So 1 degree of latitude or 1 degree of longitude at the equator only is 60 nautical miles. Distance and speed. Note that a speed expressed in knots is the same as stating the speed in nautical miles per hour. The nautical mile is defined as 1 minute of arc, here we go again, on a line of longitude. So 1 degree, we already did that. The Earth's equatorial circumference is thus 60 times 360 and a quarter, 21,600 nautical miles. That was really clumsy to read.
Say that again? 21,600 and what?
Nautical mile. No, 20. It says Earth's equatorial circumference is thus 60 times 360. Then they have a quarter in there. Then 21,600 nautical miles.
Yeah, that's completely wrong. See, there's their own doing. Right, that's something I actually forgot to say. There's their own doing. How can their equator be 21,600 nautical miles in circumference and they have an oblate spheroid? You can't have that, because it means the nautical miles and statuate miles, the ratio would have to be wrong. You know what I mean? The ratio that everyone refers to at all times, it never changes, right? What I gave earlier, the 1.150 surveyors, everyone, that's who uses that. All navigators, everyone, right, uses that. They never change it, right? They always use it, right? And yes, they have a 21,600 nautical mile circumference of their equator, but an oblate spheroid. Can't have that.
But the arc part of that description or definition, I wasn't a definition. I wasn't even close to a description of what the measurement of or that unit of measure. It's
no, but
domination is the word you're looking for, John.
No, but I understand why it's given that as the description. poor though it is, right? So it's describing how you take your base angle measurement, then you convert it onto a globe, and then you use the grid that's on the globe to claim that it's an arc of that measurement that's on the ground, existing only in reified form because you measured the original angle. So it's like saying the original angle that you measure converted onto a globe is this arc distance in length that we'll call the nautical mile. It isn't. It's the nautical mile comes from the arc that you measure with respect to Polaris and then fudged in the south.
What they do is that. Sorry, John.
That initial. I was just getting back to why I think what Brian was saying was valid. Is that original measurement was off of a horizontal. That's why it's so convoluted. Is I think it gets too close to what you have to understand about the nature of the Earth's surface. In the definition.
It needs to be shrouded in 1984 doublespeak, is what you're saying, because it's too close to the bone. When you say you measure the angle with respect to the plane, it's too close to the bone, so you need a lot of doublespeak. Yeah, I agree. Sorry, Brian, go ahead.
No, you're okay, Nathan. It's your show, man. I'm not going to stand in your way.
Yes, you are.
What they do is they measure the elevation angle, and then obviously that becomes the adjacent of their right angle triangle becomes the radius to a circle, right? That's a circle of equal latitude. They might have two. They're going to have at least two, if not three of those. So they're going to be trying to place those onto some kind of a map that has a connection to the universal transverse Mercator. Then they're going to try and mathematically turn whatever they've measured into a globe, turn that map into a globe with the Haversine formula through different means and whatever. And they're going to try and call what was measured an arc length. But at that point, they have to forego the actual measurements and the circles of equal altitude, because they can't have those size circles. Remember, we did the presentation on a globe. But the thing is that they want to claim, the oblate spheroid thing, that's not part of the geometry. That doesn't work with their equator having a 21,600 nautical mile circumference, and it doesn't work with their claim of great circle routes, because great circle routes have to be 21,600 nautical miles, because what the airlines use, they use nautical mile distances, right? So none of this works for any of that, but the whole oblate spheroid thing comes from them pre-assuming that they're rotating. So they're pre-assuming the centrifugal force, and over a certain span of time, whatever age they're giving their globe out, whatever billions of years, that the globe out has widened at the equator, which is why Neil deGrasse Tyson incorrectly describes it as pear-shaped at the bottom. No, what he's actually should be saying is widened at the equator. So basically, their globe is spinning around and eventually becoming a disk, right? This is what they're claiming with more of the spinning. So that's the oblate spheroid thing is purely a calculation based off of that pre-assumption. But geometrically, they can't have anything but a perfect sphere. It has to be a perfect sphere. You can't have their equator and their polar circumferences being different. They can't have it.
You're making a circle around that angle that you've measured, right? So if the base system is a circle, then the derived sphere that comes from that measurement must also be perfectly circular. And if you're going to then convert that to sphericity, it must be perfectly spherical to convert back into the maths that it originated with, which created a circle. Not an oblate, not something that's chubby, a perfect circle. Nothing more, nothing less.
Hold on a second. Hold on. I feel like we're almost going into the Bev side of this. I don't know about, because we're. Oh, sorry.
So, Daddy. So, how are you letting these people get away with the Haversine formula using spherical trig? Why are you people allowing them to do that?
What I don't understand is why Nathan has not made it a housekeeping question. Did the idea of a globe exist prior to the existence of the Haversine formula? So did they have a globe before the Haversine formula?
They
remember,
did.
Nathan?
Yeah, I remember. It could be a housekeeping question.
I don't know.
It's pretty bold.
Thanks, John.
Sets the timeline to about 200 years, though, doesn't it?
Well, yeah, because it was the very early 1800s was when the haversine formula originated.
Right.
Brian, to solve your issue as to why we don't see any oblate spheroidness, it's because every time they've taken a picture of the Earth, it was when it wasn't spinning. That's why it's a perfect sphere every time we see it.
Are those the pictures with Greenland being almost the size of Africa?
Take your pick, man. Doesn't matter. Whatever they show it to you, that was the day it wasn't spinning.
Yeah, it depends on the day. So let's get back to the haversine formula. Why are we letting them get away with this?
Absolutely.
I mean,
you'll have to see Nathan.
I blame Brian.
Yeah. And their spherical treg, right? That's
something that doesn't exist.
Yeah. So how can they use something that doesn't exist to play their reindeer games? That's my
I've
question.
attacked them on it myself through videos and stuff on this nonsense that they come out with the spherical trig and whatever else. But we need to focus on that more.
Let's focus on it now. What's their play? I guess I wasn't around then when they did this. So how is the haversine formula applied? What's the game?
How they apply it is to the sky. So there's two ways they apply it. I mean, they try and apply it in the surveying too, but basically they apply it to the sky. So let's say I take an angle, 3 different angles to 3 different celestial bodies, right? Those 3 points will become 3 circles.
Who is
right?
it? Who are you talking about?
I'm talking about. I'm trying to go through stuff with QE here. Would you just mind your own business?
Well, who's this guy you're talking about?
Nathan Oakley.
Okay.
Who's the guy that got away with talking about this topic?
He keeps talking about this guy.
We're talking. We've gone past
the sky. He's taking it.
Oh, the sky. You're not applying it to this guy. It's the sky. Oh, I see.
Oh. All right.
I thought you were talking about. He's giving me a hard time with my accent.
Thanks for the interruption. Appreciate that. So we got 3 circles at equal altitude on the horizontal.
It's not equal altitude. No, it's not equal altitude. You see, let's just say I take a 25-degree angle to a star right not too far from the horizon. I take a 35-degree angle to a different star in a different direction, and a 70-something degree angle to another star in a different direction, right? Yeah. Now, what I'll do is I'll make 3 circles, right, out of those 3 points. So those circles will crisscross over the top of me, mathematically.
Huh?
Right, so where the 3 circles, they will crisscross in the sky. It's like I'm making 3 protractors, if you understand what I mean. It's like I have 3 intersecting protractors. And where those 3 curved points of those 3 protractors meet, I will then project that mathematically back down towards me, but not onto the surface I'm on. I'll mathematically place that onto the surface of a sphere. That's part of the use of the haversine. Go on, John. Right, you maybe do this better than me. You know the haversine better than I do.
Yeah, it's taking the planar measurement and creating an intersection point between that angle measured and a point between you and where the right angle triangle is created. That gives you.
That makes perfect sense. Thanks.
No, it doesn't.
Another use of it. Sorry, Adam, go on.
What's all that got to do with haversine?
Are you talking to me or John?
Well, anyone. I'm lost.
Well, it's transformative, right? That you take the celestial dome.
No, it's got nothing to do with celestial navigation.
No, it doesn't. I didn't say it did. I'm saying how you use it to create a globe, not how you use it to navigate. You don't use it to navigate.
It's not to do with the navigation, but mathematically they use it to convert positions onto a globe. And they'll use the celestial bodies through celestial navigation in that way. They'll also use it with rumline distances and convert them to great circle routes with it.
Hold on, let me go get the citation that
Can I give you my understanding of what Haversine is?
Go ahead, yeah. You might have better understanding. I know how to use it, but I've never used it myself.
How they try to use it is one thing. What it is to me is something different. What Haversine is just geometry. So it's a calculation for geometry. Now the input data is based on longitude and latitude. And if you strap along the longitude latitude grid to a ball, then the Haversine formula will work out any distance between any 2 points of that longitude latitude grid that you've applied to a ball and give you a distance. The way it calculates that distance is as a segment, which you have to convert the longitude latitude into radians, and then it will convert that segment into a distance based on R.
Yeah, an arc length, basically, between 2 points on the globe. That's what you're talking about, Jess?
No, it's not on the globe. It's on a longitude-latitude grid system, which has been placed onto a sphere of value R3959.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. On their globe, that's how they use it. They're claiming to get the distance between 2 points on the globe, right? And they'll call that arc length part of a great circle route. As I said earlier, they'll convert rumline distances to great circle routes with it.
Very interesting. Using spherical triangles, huh?
No, sir. No, sir. I'll give you the three foundational presuppositions you have to make. And this is from, hold on, let me post it and then I'll go through it. I'm sorry. One sec.
The way it works, as I understand it, is no, just normal triangles. So, like with all trig that you do when you're having to work with a sphere, it's still trig, which is why the formula is complicated, because you have to project the 2 points out onto the surface from the center and then calculate the angle there with the straight line. And the arc's kind of irrelevant. That's the final bit that you then apply the angle that you create to the great circle route. But it's all straight line triangles. There's no spherical trig being done.
Yeah, but there's no such thing as spherical trig. That's just them throwing this thing.
That's what I just said.
No,
I know. I'm not claiming you were saying. Just give me a second.
But you are claiming the points you're trying to calculate with trig. You are placing them on the surface of a sphere, and to calculate that is complicated because there is no spherical trig. It's just trig. That's why Haversine is so complicated, and why it has to be done almost arse about face.
Yes, but that's what I was talking about with the three circles in the sky. Because they then are projected and become three great circle routes that are intersecting at a point that will happen from the center of the globe. Remember I said that they won't project those circles back onto the surface they're standing on. They mathematically project them back onto a surface of a globe, and then those three circles that were part of the celestial dome then become great circle routes. So they're using it in that way too. They're still using it from the center to get the points on the surface of the sphere, but they're using it in more than one way. But it's the same thing, trying to basically project distances on the surface of their sphere. That's what they're doing. Via triangles from the center. Yes, 100%. That's true.
It says on here, spherical triangles solved by the law of Haversines. That's what I got. I'm looking at right here.
Yep.
I'm looking at it here on Wiki. What's the, to derive the law of Haversines, one starts with the spherical law of cosines. Cosine C equals cosine A times cosine B plus the sine of A times the sine B times the cosine of C. That's what it says right here.
Ain't that so wrong? It's like, two boys effing. It's wrong, but that's just how it's. You should see the assumptions that they have to make before they can believe that is actually capable of taking place on Earth. I was trying to dig it out. Hold on.
We should have a show on this.
Yeah, we should have. We should have, because it's important to tear it apart. I've been attacking it in the past, as I said, on videos. You will have heard me say to people in some of these Discord servers, the ballers, when they come up with stuff about surveying, they're heading to adding in they start talking about spherical trig and stuff. I point out that because one of the things they want to add in with spherical trigonometry, as they call it, is spherical excess. And I point out that what they're actually doing in surveying is they're actually measuring real triangles over big distances, right, across mountain ranges. And then when they mathematically place any of those triangles onto the convex surface of a sphere, it creates it bows them, all the lines end up being stretched. So they end up, without having not having a triangle, they end up at more than 180 degrees, and they end up with an area in the center of the triangle that doesn't exist. And they conveniently call that spherical excess. What a scummy little way of hiding the fact that you just mathematically made up a piece of Earth that doesn't exist. Just to place. And how can you have a chain of triangles on a globe? Go on.
Sorry. I was just going to say, I was thinking about that spherical excess crap the other day. It's like, wait a minute. I mean, forgive me, I'm a layman, but spherical excess, that almost sounds like you have an excess of sphericity. Okay, so you measure something flat, and then somehow you got too much globe? What? How did you do that?
But see, that's the thing about it. What they actually do is they measure it all based off a flat plane, because that's the reality. But when they try and place it onto the surface of a sphere, what you notice is they only really ever address one triangle at a time. And if you think about a chain of triangles placed onto a sphere, what will happen is over a distance, the center of each one of those now curved lines that aren't triangles anymore, the center of each one of those will have created an area that doesn't exist within the actual measurement.
Brian, let me go ahead and give if you go to that thing I posted, the ESRI community, it gives the 3 presuppositions that you have to hold true before you can even think this garbage is dealing with reality anyway. I'll go ahead and read them off.
Well, you can relate it to reality.
Parallel lines.
If you think about a piece of pizza, if you cut a slice of pizza, yeah, and then you hold it just by the crust, and it starts to dribble and melt and curve, that's a bit like a PZX triangle. And the cheese melting and dribbling is like the spherical excess. It's really easy when you think about it.
Well, no, the center of the slice of pizza is the spherical excess. You know the part where it bends so much that the center breaks open and you can see the floor underneath it? That's the spherical excess. Yeah.
When water gets under the floor, your wood floorboards?
Yeah, you can see down through floorboards, yeah.
May I read this off?
Yes.
All right. I'll give the opening paragraph to the 3. Spherical geometry, which doesn't exist, close brackets. Consider spherical trigonometry, which deals with relationships between trigonometric functions to calculate the sides and angles of spherical polygons.
Yeah, right.
These no, it's like they're just putting words spherical there. The spherical polygons are defined by the number of intersecting great circles on a sphere. Some rules found in spherical geometry include there are no parallel lines, straight lines are great circles, so any two lines meet in 2 points. The angle between two lines in a single. Oh man, hold on.
I got it, John. I got it. I'll start over. I got it right here. I'll do it. Spherical geometry considers spherical trigonometry, which deals with relationships between trigonometric functions to calculate the sides and angles of spherical polygons. These spherical polygons are defined by a number of intersecting great circles on a sphere. Some rules found in spherical geometry include: there are no parallel lines. Number 2, straight lines are great circles, so any two lines meet in 2 points. Number 3, the angle between two lines is the angle between the planes of the corresponding great circles. That's what he was wanting to read.
Let me point out something. I pointed this out many times, but I pointed out a lot to the ballers. There is no such thing as spherical geometry. The sphere is a three-dimensional, what we call Euclidean shape, but there's no such thing as Euclidean geometry either. There's just geometry, right? Right. It existed prior to Euclid. They just call it Euclidean. And the reason they call it Euclidean is they want to differentiate between the Euclidean and things like spherical triangles that they like to claim then. Right? Oh, well, it's not Euclidean. It's spherical geometry. No, there is no such thing as spherical geometry. There's just geometry, and there's this made-up heap of bullshit, sorry for the language, that they call spherical trigonometry. They get away with coming up with the term, using the term spherical trigonometry, when really all they're actually using is not trigonometry. They're just using geometry within a sphere and making three great circle roots, what they call great circles, just three circles, which are the three slices of the sphere, intersect. And that makes a little, not triangle-y, but a little three-way area on the surface of a sphere. That's all it is. So they use the term spherical geometry to allow them to get away with using the term spherical trigonometry. When there is just geometry, it's all geometry, and there is no spherical trigonometry or spherical triangles. It's the way they do it, because it's the way they're as Adam would say, they're mugging themselves off, basically. That's the best way to describe it. One of the videos I have on the topic, there's actually a chain of triangles. I think there's like 4 or 5 triangles from the surveying group, right? And I added up all the internal angles, because they show all the internal angles of these 4 or 5 triangles, and they're supposed to be over a distance of whatever, right, across a mountain range. And when you add up all the angles, all the internal angles, not one of these 5 triangles, I'll say 5, not one of these 5 triangles, right, added up to 180 degrees. Now, these were straight lines, right? It's impossible for them not to be 180 degrees. And the reason they didn't add them up to 180 degrees was so they could place them on a sphere mathematically, and then they would come to 180 degrees. But when you straighten back out the lines, they won't be 180 degrees based off of the measurements they give. How can you have 3 straight lines meeting at 3 vertices and it not be 180 degrees? It's impossible. So even some of these big surveying firms are mugging themselves off.
You should get with Adam, and then Adam gets with my people, and then we need to do a presentation on this, probably on Ballbusters. But you need to break this down in a way that somebody with very, very little geometry background can understand. Can you two people do that?
I'll get with Adam when I can get with Adam. Yeah, absolutely.
It's how you reconcile measuring a flat plane with believing it's a sphere. That's all it is.
I understand that, but the goal here is to break it down. You got to stand outside yourself and think of somebody just with maybe just high school geometry, right? Maybe not even trig, and somehow relate this to them where they can understand it. That's the goal.
Good luck.
I sent you. Sorry, come on, faster.
I was just saying, good luck with that, because you would really have to be a hardcore glober to accept any of this information that we're going over right now. Like we're talking like down the road of crazy past the zealots. You know what I mean? So, yeah, like what Brian was talking about, it's just a shape in Euclidean space where you imagine that instead of being in Euclidean space, now you're on that shape to describe it as a sphere. It's a bunch of crazy.
I got that, but you three guys need to get together at some point. We don't have to have it next week or anything, but you guys need to get together, and don't forget, I'm going to be reminding you. That is your goal.
Well, you need to keep on reminding this because there's been several things that have gone by the wayside. Mostly Adam's fault, and they never happened.
Yeah.
Mostly Adam's fault.
I know. I'll keep his, when he recovers, I'm going to keep his feet to the fire. I don't know what you want here. What do you mean? It's the switcheroo is the fact that it's got nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, but that's what we need to show people.
Is this Adam trying to get out of this?
No, yeah, that's what I was trying to do too.
Yes.
But he's doing better than me. So go ahead, Adam. Go with it.
Well, not really. Just minimize it. You know, what are they trying to do? They're trying to, on screen is what they're trying to get you to believe. Now, if you believe that, it becomes really complicated, calculating 2 points. But that's got nothing. The reason it's complicated is they take it, have to strap it to a ball, and then figure out on the ball. And the reason it doesn't work is because it's not commensurate. Brian's gone on about excesses and stuff, but the reality is the switcheroo is trying to pretend that there's a special type of geometry, isn't there? There isn't. So I suppose the only thing is to show you what you do. You go to hell, and once again, you draw straight lines, and you calculate using normal trig. I've got it here, look. I've looked it up. Oh. There you go. There, that's it.
Oh, that's perfect. That's perfectly understandable to my audience. Thanks.
I think he's got you on that one, Adam. You have to break that down.
Yeah, Adam, we just need to show. We just need to show that what's been claimed. Sorry.
Just continue. He's throwing up right now. Go ahead.
Okay. We just need to show, Adam. We just need to show the ridiculousness of it and how it actually has no real relevance to reality or anything. It's just a way for them to mathematically place distances on a globe. I think if we go through the Habermas formula and claim spherical triangles, I mean, spherical triangles aren't any that much of a big deal. It's easy enough to relate it. So, excuse me, we just need to show that this stuff is nonsense.
Yeah.
It's purely mathematical. And
I need some visuals. I need some visuals with this and how they're mugging everyone off, including themselves. Got it?
Yeah. Yes. Brian, you know the disco ball Earth thing that was put forward? This is part of the reason for the disco ball Earth. Did you know that?
Yeah, because they're going to have to use tangents and stuff. Yeah, because them tangents are going to have to be parallel with the equatorial plane that they're going to believe they're on.
Well, yeah. Well, they're taking the equatorial plane, right, which is fixed at a certain time of year, and then instead of moving the celestial sphere around that, like they create little disco plates around the sphere that they're standing on, but now they need it to be the surface in this formula, so they just kind of slice off part of the sphere and create that flat plane, It's hilarious. But
yeah, it's ridiculous.
That's like polygons. Yeah, oh yeah, it's super ridiculous. Yeah.
Huey, I'll send you on a video I did, I think probably, I don't know when it was, some time back, on the whole spherical triangle thing. And it's not that long of a video, and you can go through it. You can see this. It's mostly just to see the slides I use.
Well,
and you will see that thing about the
I understand about spherical triangles. I knew that when I was like 8 or 9 years old, that sounded poppycock to me. I'm more concerned, not concerned, but this Haversine, I guess I was away when this come up. Hold on a second. I'll be right back.
Mostly Adam's fault.
Completely.
What do the ballers have a sign as proof of?
Getting accurate distances on the globe chart.
Yeah.
Oh, well then no. See, by its own admission, it can't do that. Okay.
Yeah, it can't.
No, because Haversine is for a sphere. They've got an ellipsoid. Vincenzi's thing you need if you're going to use a geoid, which has the minor and major axis as put in. This only has R in it, so it's not accurate for a presupposed geoid of Earth. Can't be by its definition.
No, it can't. And as well as that, just 1 second, John. As well as that, Adam, something that I was pointing out with flight is that the most distances via whether it be shipping or aviation, right, nautical or aviation, are rumline distances, right? The only times that they can use what claimed great circle route distances is over short distances, or when they're traveling directly north to south or directly south to north. So in reality, the distances are not going to be commensurate with a perfect sphere. So that's part of what they do. They need to take these rumline distances and then mathematically turn them into an arc length on a great circle route of some kind, if you know that kind of thing. So that's how they use that. Yeah, like I posted something before. I wanted to do a whole thing on it before, but I couldn't get Nathan to go along with me on the whole use of the rumline and the great circle route.
I had a housekeeping question about this that got shot down. Remember? Well, it was more of a paragraph.
Remind us.
If Earth is a sphere, then why would it be necessary to apply a transformative equation to it?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Nathan and me, right? We also had one, didn't we, Nathan?
Yeah. How can the globe exist prior to the Haversine or something like that?
Yeah, because they can't navigate without the Haversine. Like for a globe, no navigation is possible.
It's not that they can't navigate, it's that they can't suggest that navigation is feasible on a spherical surface.
Well, that's what I mean. They can't navigate, as in they can't navigate on their globe. So I should have added in a little bit, sorry. They can't navigate on their globe without the Haversine.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting.
Wasn't it the discussion of the Haversine formula? Isn't that why we started doing the whole if Colonel Jessup didn't order the code red, why did, right? Wasn't that the reason for that? How did QE say he missed it? I'm confused.
Me too.
Do you remember?
Especially with the train wreck mics in here.
Do you remember the mind him chocolate? Do you remember? He's picking on you, chocolate. Do you remember my housekeeping question concerning all this?
No,
I take that as a no. So, is there any evidence that a great circle route is a circle?
Huh. That's sort of abstract.
That doesn't sound like praise to me.
Doesn't. There's. It's like, how long is a piece of string when a string jumps string? It's got no substance to it.
if ships are claimed to travel great circle routes, right, that would mean that they're traveling around the globe.
All right.
So for a great circle route to be a circle, a globe would have to exist. So a radius for a globe would have to exist.
This is profound. All right. So I think we solved one thing. There's a ballbuster show coming in the near to intermediate future on Habersign and how they mug each other off. That's what I want. I want a special emphasis on spherical triangles, by the way. Just a little special kick in the nuts right there.
It's in the post, I have no doubt.
In the what?
It's in the post.
The post? What post?
The spherical triangle kicking the nuts.
And I just the post is the mail.
What?
What's up, guys? Did I just miss the politics thing?
Oh boy.
Well,
yes,
let
you
me go
did.
to really-
Nathan's going to say everything that happened. He's going to get you up to speed. Go ahead, Nathan.
So we went into politics. It was great.
Thanks, that clears that.
Brief and concise. I like that.
What'd you just say?
I said that was brief and concise. I like that. I get it.
See, this is why it's hard to get with Adam and get it done. You can't even get him to talk now.
What?
I'm poorly.
I'm sorry.
Who?
He said he's not well.
I hope you feel better, Adam.
I thought he said he was poorly.
Yeah.
He did. I didn't realize that. I'm sorry, Adam. I
Who's
didn't
he?
know you were even in.
Who the hell's poorly?
I'm not sounding like I'm not from New York. Hey, Paulie. Hey, Paulie.
Hey, forget about it.
Oh, Q, I was I'm sorry, I was listening to QB's last stream. I guess, what do you call it? When nobody talks much, but you kind of go over things, whatever it is. It was excellent. All those different skits we were playing. You know, I commented on it too, but it's amazing. Well, it's not amazing. They never cease to amaze me of how sometimes I think of a skit, like a comedic skit, and they're just mocking stupid people or people with low IQs. When you hear the things they say, like, you know, gravity's not a force. It's a definition, and it's, you know, it's not a force, but there's a force that makes it a force. You know, things like that. It's just, I don't know. It's unbelievable. I can't take them seriously. I think they're playing dumb, or are they that dumb?
They that dumb. Oh, I was going to say, I don't know if QE was in the room when it happened, but the guy that challenged me on the ever expanding universe of nothingness, you know, because I said it as a kind of as a joke when I was referring to the solar plane and their stupid belief, and it being a matter of scale. And he was like, "You can't say that because you don't believe there's an ever expanding nothingness." No kidding.
In black holes and galaxies and such. Also, kind of tried to charge you with bringing it up, which was weird because he was the one that brought it up. So I don't know.
I brought it up, and at the end of bringing it up, I said, which doesn't exist. In the initial statement I made was along the lines, I can't, verbatim, but it was, this is a matter of scale, just like in their belief where they have a solar plane in an ever expanding nothingness, and they're measuring angles with respect to it.
That's my.
Right.
I didn't hear you.
And I
didn't hear you bring that up. I thought it was.
And I said, yeah. And I said, in ever expanding nothingness. And then I said, which does not exist. It was part of the friggin' sentence, and he left it out.
Triggered. You got triggered.
I have never heard anyone cherry pick what I've said while I'm saying it like that before. It was weird. It was like you didn't listen to the whole sentence and you're attacking a statement, That was weird.
Did
I like the,
Ice Cube make an appearance on the show today?
Who?
Ice Cube, the Dutch guy that lives in the same town as Snell, from Snell's Law.
No, I don't think so.
Does he call
He
himself
popped in
Ice
last
Cube?
night with me. Yeah, he popped in last night with me and Regular Joe and a few others and tried to run, but on his argument that he was going to do today, but then he ended up leaving like halfway through because he getting crushed. So I figured he wasn't going to show up this morning.
So did he come with a nice sandwich, and instead of waiting for Nathan to eat it, you eat Nathan's sandwich, is what you're telling us?
He wanted to have me try it first, make sure it was up to par. And I told him it tasted like shit, and he ran off. It was a mess anyway. He kept referring to stars as platonic solids, which seems kind of unnecessary.
Could you say that again?
When he would take it out, the whole crux of his argument was he had 4 stars that he took 6 elevation angles to. No, 4 stars that he took elevation angles to from 6 locations. And that was his proof that Earth is a sphere, which is stupid just on the face of what he said because he took 6 elevation angles. But instead of referring to them as stars, he kept referring to them as plutonic solids. I don't maybe that English is my first language. I don't know, but it seemed like he was trying to make himself sound like a smarty pants by using the term platonic solids, which really just made him sound stupid.
Plutonic solids. Adam, you ever heard this? I don't even know what to do with a plutonic. Was it a plutonic relationship?
No, it's just the individual stars that he had on a graph, because they all had names. I can't remember what they were, but it was actually just 3 stars. 1 star was named twice from a metabunk thing that he had. But then I'm like, okay, what the hell is platonic solids? Like, it kept getting lost on me. I felt kind of silly. And I looked it up, and it's just what the ancient Greeks thought that the universe was made out of. It's like a philosophy thing from ancient Greece. So I think he was just trying to sound extra smart. And it was just lame. It was like a lame parlor trick that didn't really land very well. I call the stars platonic solids. Like, man, whatever, dude.
I'm going to have to look up platonic right now because I've always thought a platonic relationship is where it was like a relationship that wasn't open. Hold on a minute.
Like, let's just be friends. That's funny.
Yeah. Is it asexual solid zone?
Oh man, Ice Cube's kind of. He needs all the help he can get.
Here's some definition. Geology, which would be Earth, that'd be about the Earth, right? Relating to or denoting igneous rock formed by solidification at considerable depth beneath the surface of Earth. 2, relating to the underworld or the god of Pluto. Well, isn't that special?
Yeah, it was pretty stupid.
Yeah, I still don't understand a plutonic solid. Like, maybe it's a solid that exists only in your mind.
It opposes a Socratic liquid.
Yes. Obviously.
Hydrostatic Socratic liquid.
How's it spelled? PLU? PLUC?
PLA.
Well, just so you know, a plutonic solid and a Socratic liquid are contained by a Freudian gas.
I thought you were going to say gravitational container.
A Stotolinian container. What you guys doing? Why are we so bored? Head back into politics, see what's happening.
Man, I'm still banned from that stupid one. Oh, that place is weird. All I merely said was vertical is in relation to horizontal. They got an instant 2-day ban for having a high pitched voice. Fuck that. I don't understand what their issue is. They're weirdos over there.
What did you get banned for? The high-pitched voice or the statement?
The statement, but they said I said it in a high pitched crazy voice. Oh, whatever, dude. It was like yesterday morning. Like I don't know. The mods over there are just kind of. I guess if they don't like you, you get banned for literally speaking. So whatever.
Believe this or not, but most of us are not likable people.
I'm very likable. I think. My dog likes me.
People who generally know things and are able to correct other people and are, more to the point, not just able to, but are willing to correct other people, do become unpopular. That's just
That's it. Well, like they were talking about Foucault's pendulum, and it's like their go-to was talking about the magnets in the pendulum. And I was losing my mind because I'm like, the globe is claiming 2 frames of reference, and you guys want to talk about magnets in the pendulum. Like, come on now.
Why would the pendulum need magnets?
Yeah, I didn't quite understand the pendulum, and then it processes at different rates based on its location in the world. Like, I mean, I guess some of them have magnets to make them go longer.
No, it doesn't do that.
But,
it doesn't do that. Right.
Well, no,
the only
but
places,
they claim
the
that
only
it
places
does,
where
but...
it does that, the only places where the Foucault pendulum does that is when it's like the Los Angeles Observatory, where there is an electromagnetic motor that runs it and makes sure that it does exactly what it's supposed to do in the way and at the rate it's supposed to do it.
Right.
I had a guy, just a quick story. I had a guy, I don't know who it was. It was one of the ballers, and he was around a couple of years ago, and he was in everyone's face. He was a troll fella, but he was really in everyone's face. And he was going to pay for me to set up a Foucault pendulum. I knew I had a place that could do it, a really big place, a big sports hall. I said I knew the people who run the place. I said I could set it up there for a day or two, right, over a weekend. I said, if you pay for the whole lot. And I said, if it doesn't do what you're claiming it's going to do, you have to give me X amount of thousands, right? And if it does, I'll give you the X amount of thousands. He was like, yeah. I said, no bother. You let me know when we're ready to get started, right? And he said, so what we're going to do is we're going to do this, and this, and this. We're going to give you all the money, get an engineering firm. You can source the engineering. I said, I'll source the engineering firm, blah, 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 blah. You give me the schematics, they'll make it, and I'll put it in this big sports hall. It'll be a big thing. Great. And he said, and then we're going to pull it back, and, right, and then let it go at a particular time or whatever. I said, we're going to do what? He said, we're going to pull it back and then let it go. I said, why would we be doing that? To get it started. I said, if the Earth is rotating and the pendulum is doing this because of Earth movement, Earth rotation, then why would you need to get it started? It's a pendulum. And he backed out on the whole lot. He ran. He didn't, no, sorry, that's not what happened. It was someone else told him that that's what I was going to do. They didn't even, and he disappeared. He ran. Because that's exactly what he was going to do. Have him spend $10,000 or $12,000 on this thing, right? Set it up in this place and just leave it there with a time lapse of it doing nothing. And then he has to give me, because it was going to be all legal, he had to give me $10,000 or something like that. And I was going to take every single cent off him. Sorry, Chocolate?
You just had to start up the Earth spinning, right?
Yeah, you just need to start it up first, yeah. The thing that's supposed to just happen, yeah. And I was going to, because this fella, I was going to take every single cent off him, every single one. You know, if you want to be throwing money around and acting the big man and blah, blah, okay then. But I'm not starting up your pendulum for you. He better start doing it on his own, or else it's not doing it.
You know whose primary argument that is? That Level Earth observer guy. So he used to be a crane operator.
Oh, yes, that's right, yeah.
That's his basic argument, right? Why would my crane ever be stable? Why would the weight that's dangled off it ever be still?
Of course. I mean, at no point should, when work stops, at no point or whatever lunchtime should that weight be dangling down, because it is just a big pendulum, you know.
You know, I bet you'd have had to find a nice level spot to set that sucker up, though. You know what I mean?
It was going to be nice and level, and it's a nice sports hall where the floor is specially leveled. So I hear sometimes flat earthers say things like, "Don't take the money" and this kind of stuff. No, do. If someone wants to be throwing bets around and this, that, and the other thing, and wants to be, use it basically trying to be bullies with finances, then I will take every cent off that person, and I won't have any guilt about it. You want to get involved in this, okay? But I'm not going to give you back your money. I'm taking the money. That's it.
Witsit throws a lot of money around. I bet you $5,000.
He's going to lose money. He nearly lost money one day talking to us here. Right? If it wasn't for AI said, no, make it $50. Otherwise, he was going to lose $5,000 or something. Because he was making then he backtracked, Witsit backtracked because he realized he was out there making a stupid bet. You know, it's just stupid throwing out these bets.
That's one of his prongs in his 6-prong crown, right? Remember?
Yeah, he's going to lose money someday. Come on.
Yeah, the 6-prong crown with Witsit is Oakley's name, Nathan's name, is going to be brought up somewhere. Why doth thou interrupt me? The bat. Straw man, whenever he gets cornered. Da-da-da-da, blah, 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 blah. And an account of the watchers and subscribers of where he's at. Those are his 6 prongs of his crown.
I would have added in the red herring because he constantly uses red herrings, but maybe that's not. No, maybe that's not. Maybe that's just something he does as opposed to something. I don't know. He is a massive, constantly red herring.
Yeah, but sometimes he got that correct by his opponent. I put straw man in there because that's just as soon as he gets compromised, straw man, you'll hear him, straw man, but he won't ever say what the straw man is.
and some other guys that
go ahead,
some other guys have said, and if you ask him a question, he becomes defensive. You can ask any question you want to. He wants you to ask questions, but don't ask him a question. He gets offended, he gets defensive, and he starts to retaliate in a defensive way, especially when it questions his belief. He gets very defensive. And then
I don't know about that.
He uses the you don't interrupt me or I'm being interrupted. He uses that when he's interrupting someone. So if you and D Rose are talking and I'm him, I come in saying, "Are you done interrupting me?" It's like I'm the one interrupting. You know what I mean? It's a pure projection. Remember he did that? Yeah. So remember he left the room when in that debate I was having, the last one with the Hammer as the moderator, and he came back and he said, "Are you done interrupting?" And he was interrupting me talking to Hammer, or Hammer talking to someone.
Yeah, that was hilarious. Yeah, pretty funny. You done interrupting yet? Well, he's interrupting. Yeah, you can't make it up. Hey, I've been pulling out that the inertial reference frame moon and star rotation a lot recently, and getting them to go right where they want to go. Right, I'm pulling a hillbilly blue balls redneck retard on them, right, with the inertial reference frame. They're saying, well, where's the inertial reference frame? First of all, they don't know what an inertial reference frame is compared to a non-inertial rotating reference frame. And I start getting them. I said, so the hovering drone is not in the inertial reference frame. Where's the inertial reference frame at? Because you have to have one. right? Because this is a Coriolis effect game. And then I give them the Coriolis effect. One of the definitions, I think it was from Britannica, that states the Coriolis force is an inertial force. It's got from more or less Newton, right? So I said, where's the inertial? You have to have an inertial reference frame because it's an inertial force, you glue sniffers. So where is it? I'm hitting him with the hillbilly blue balls. Remember I hit him with that a long time ago? Whatever. Because Newton's debunked laws only apply in their fairy tale paradigm with an inertial reference frame.
Exactly.
If you don't have an inertial reference frame, you can't appeal to any of Newton's laws. They don't apply in the non-inertial reference frame. Follow?
I'd like to hear some of the answers. Some of the more I've heard some answers, but I want to hear more varied answers to how they deal with that.
It's stupid. They get themselves wrapped up in a spider web in the corner, and I just throw darts at them. It's a lot of fun. And then the big one last night, that percentage idiot, he's a regular now over on Land of Misfit Toys. Him and this other glue sniffer came in and start challenging me on the second law of thermodynamics. And this is why percentage comes in and challenges me, because we were just shooting the shit, just talking out loud. And I'd done this before many years ago here. And I don't know if you guys remember it. And we were talking about what actual system is the Earth. Now, the Baltards, they claim they don't even know, but they have to have an open system. The second law of thermodynamics in some places is defined as entropy will always increase in an isolated system. You'll find even a lot of reputable places will say that, and it's wrong, because there are no isolated systems in nature. But then I was opining many years ago, just thinking out loud, and I came up with Earth is actually, in reality, a conditional isolated system. So percentage heard me say that, right? So last night, some guy came in, and percentage just happened to be there. I guess it was ironic. Yeah, my ass. And I said, well, what's the second law of thermodynamics to this other person? Simple Jack, dumbass. And Simple Jack, blurted out, first thing that came up on Google, and it said that the total entropy of an isolated system. I said, that's wrong, dude. That's not an isolated system. Isolated systems don't exist in nature. And it went into a brouhaha, because then I posted a citation on what the second law of thermodynamics was in equation form and a brief description from Chem Libre text. I guess somewhere in the reference, it stated isolated system, but not in my citation. So you guess what happened next? It got down. You know the difference between citations and references? Even though they're connected, the citation is sort of like in parentheses, like quotes. They couldn't understand that, so I drug them around by their short hairs, and so did the rest of the group for about an hour of them not knowing the difference between citations and references. But I just wanted to say it was a lot of fun. And did anyone have any, input on what the Earth system actually is?
Well, I was thinking about this, and it's either a closed or an isolated system. Now, when I say isolated, like matter, whatever the barrier is, right, the container, matter more than likely cannot go through this, right? So that's left. So we're left with only energy. But what about if energy also can't get through it? What happens if it's all matter and energy is contained within that barrier? That would make us an isolated system then, wouldn't it?
Correct. But see, your epistemology hamstrings you, because see, my epistemology, part of it is scripture and Bible and God, because I could prove that. So the reason why I said it's a conditional isolated system is that he can enter his creation when and if he wants, and he's done it. Follow?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, but see, that's something I was going to go on to. You see, he's outside of all of this. Just like the programmer can enter the video game they've created, but there's no rules to that programmer. As in, whatever God is he matter or energy? Matter and energy are three-dimensional.
Yep.
If you understand what I mean.
No, I got you. Yeah.
Does it apply like?
Yeah. Now, programmer can't physically enter his game, but I follow what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like outside of let's say our souls and God and the spirit and the angels and that, right? Let's just say, right? Outside of, if they are different from the matter and energy that we know of, right? Then, and that they can come in and out, then is it still? Would that be a conditional isolated system?
Yeah, that's a good point, because you're right. Are they? Is the Creator, Jesus Christ? Is he matter or energy? So that's a good point. But it's still an isolated system. It's still, classified as a conditional isolated system. But okay, I get what you're saying, because Christ said, just relax. In one of the scriptures, it shows that he has more than 3 dimensions. So that's a good point. Would it still be a conditional isolated system or conditional?
Well, if we're talking about nature, right, we have to extract ourselves from nature. So if it's just nature, it would be isolated from nature. From that point of view.
Objection.
Go on.
Well, you're trying to apply laws of nature to God.
What I'm saying is that how could we apply those? That's my point. I wasn't doing what you were saying. I was kind of doing the opposite. I was saying, like, God, let's just say the angels, human souls, and whatever, the souls of the animals, whatever, right? If they are outside of what is in nature, which is matter and energy, if they're outside of that, just like information is outside of it, then it would be a conditionally an isolated system, because nature would be isolated, and the matter and energy within nature, or of nature, or whatever. If you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, what you're asking is the Creator matter or energy, essentially?
Well, no, that's not the direction, because I can't even ask. Who am I going to ask about that?
No, I'm just saying as a question, because he definitely entered his creation. So,
but if he's not the same energy as we have here, if you understand what I mean, like when we say energy, it's several different things. We have electricity, we have thermal, like heat, thermal energy. And different elements of radiation, which thermal energy is one of the elements of radiation. But if he's outside of all of that, and so is the human soul and whatever else, the souls of the animals and that, if all that is outside of that, if the matter and energy within nature is only within nature, like electricity is only within nature, right? If what's outside of here is separate from here, then this would be conditionally isolated, would it not?
Yeah, because he entered it. But then it gets down to, again, the isolate. It's definitely, well.
Hello.
I tell you why I'm. Sorry.
Go ahead,
is that you, Nathan?
10th's calling. Can you hear us, 10th? 10th?
I can't hear 10th.
No, neither can I.
Is he ringing your phone? Because we're not going to be able to talk to him.
No,
He'll have
he's
to
not
join
ringing my bloody phone. He's ringing on Skype. He obviously hasn't.
All right, well, sorry.
Well, he can't hear us, or we can't hear him either way, as you were.
Will I phone up someone now and see if they can hear us, or
no?
We just carry on. No, the reason I even came. Sorry, go on.
Because Christ entered a six-sided room. It was all closed off, but he entered it. So that would make him more than.
Well, that doesn't, because you're talking about a situation within 3D reality. So him being able to
still trying to apply natural laws to him.
No, we're not trying to apply natural laws to him. We're trying to figure out if it's applicable to the conditional isolated system.
Well, let me throw something at you, right? And this is why I came to that thinking. When studying what's going on up in the sky, right, or up above us, there is a buildup of radiative heat, right? Now, radiative heat is called radiative heat for a reason, because it's radiation. It's a radiative heat, like the sun, it's claimed, heats the earth via radiation, by the radiative heat, and that then becomes conductive and convective heat, right? The point being is there is a buildup up in the sky, right? What about if the reason there's a buildup is because the radiative heat just can't escape the barrier? What about that cannot go anywhere? It's just a buildup.
Are you eating paint chips? Why are you taking us down this road?
Well, I didn't. I was trying to not confuse things, but obviously, that's not after.
An isolated system is one where neither matter nor energy enter or leave. It's Thunderdome.
Right, but isn't this kind of coming down to what is the boundary?
It's boundary. It's boundary
world?
Condition. It's definitely related to boundary conditions. However, I to say it's an isolated system, but Jesus, the Creator, has entered it, right? So the question becomes then, is he matter or energy? And I'm thinking not.
Well, no, because the isolated system only applies to the physical.
Yeah, but he physically entered the creation. Maybe not physically entered it, but then he arrived in it and he was physical. Follow?
Yeah, but he can do that because he created it.
I understand that.
He doesn't have to obey those laws.
I know that. You're preaching to the choir.
Then what are we trying to figure out?
Whether I can still label it an isolated system, because if he entered it and he's not matter or energy, then it's really not applicable to the isolated system.
Well, didn't he use matter and energy to form a body for him to enter this world with? I thought that was the point.
No.
Like Mary didn't have her in his womb and he didn't eat food while he was here.
No, that doesn't. Now I'm talking about when he entered it, not Mary, before Mary. Well, not before Mary, but when Mary wasn't pregnant. Right before
talking about the Immaculate Conception?
Yeah, right before that. That's why I was trying to boil it down. Is he matter or energy? I'll just stick with the conditional isolated system just for myself.
Yeah.
Just so I can have closure.
Yeah, you're talking about you're getting into that area of something you'll never be able to understand because it's the unknowable kind of thing.
I think there's clues, like I said in scripture. When he entered that six-sided room, I think he was talking to Thomas in that scripture, where the six-sided room was closed, but he entered it. So he would have to have more dimension. He's multi-dimensional. You follow?
Well, yeah, he exists outside of what we know as dimensions. Yeah.
Yep. Exactly.
Is he matter or energy? Yes.
Yes. Maybe no.
But you're going at it the wrong way, you see.
And no.
The only time it's not special pleading is when God does it, because God can do it.
This is the thing, right? The programmer can create a character, right, that he's calling his son, and place that character in the game and give that character special abilities that no one else in there has, right? The point being is that whatever God is, you could say that God is possibly pure, some form of very pure, very obviously complex energy of some kind. I don't know, right? But whatever God is composed of, right, the energy we have here in nature is not that, I would say. What we have is not what he is. Yeah. So we're referencing. Well, I don't know what I have no other. I could use the word spirit at that point, because I have no other word to describe it. If you understand.
Yep.
So
he said he's spirit. God is spirit. So I don't know. I just thought I'd bring up the topic for discussion.
It's a good topic.
It's like the first and second law. Yeah, the first and second laws contradict existence. Yeah. Yeah, if they always held true, then we would never exist. Did anybody notice the fallacy I used there? Oh. And nobody picked on me, so I'm running with it. I got away with that.
Yeah, there was something silly about it, but I'm too lazy.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I got away with it. Oh, I'm stretching now. Kind of victory stretch.
We're just relaxing, kicking up our feet.
I was I had to step away for a minute, but I heard you guys in the other room talking about Whitsitt. Is he back? I thought he had disappeared.
I'm gonna let him go. I don't want to beat on that dead horse anymore. I'm just, you know what I'm saying? It's over.
He's going to drag you back in.
He's not going to drag me back in, dude. He's not going to do it.
I take the blame. It was my fault. I kind of threw his name up in there, and then y'all went from there.
Yeah.
I don't want to like the kid, you know.
Last night, somebody sent me his arrest record. I'm sitting there, dudes. Don't do that. Number one, I don't play that game. I don't get personal. I only deal with people's arguments. Their personal lives are off limits to me. Always been that way. And I try to tell these guys in politics, yeah, I got what you're saying. There was about 4 people that sent me like an arrest record for some type of battery or abuse with Kai. And I said, just leave that stuff, man. Don't go there. Well,
yeah, I agree with you, because that is probably one of the most ultimate ad hominem is to, interject somebody's personal disadvantages or whatever. I mean, not a disadvantage of being not the disadvantage of being a retard or stupid, but things like that. Being divorced or domestic violence or whatever it is. That's not necessary. Just keep with the facts, like you say. Yeah.
Well,
I would
it's
say
fucked up because if you do that, oh, sorry, man.
No, John, you go ahead.
I was going to say it would be like if you did that. you're justifying in your mind what the Baltards do when they falsely accuse Nathan of being abusive towards his kids. When they go into that crap, you're justifying that when you're willing to go that route, and there's no need. It's bringing you down to that level.
I agree that I would say 99% of the time, that type of thing is of no use because it doesn't do anything. It doesn't help you. You don't defeat someone's argument by bringing up some arrest sheet or whatever, right? Now, what I would say, though, is this. When somebody has, over a course of time, promoted themselves as being one thing, but they're actually something a little bit different from that in reality, then having that bit of information does show you a background to that person. Now, I won't use Whitsitt, right? Not that I couldn't, but I won't use him as the example. I'll use Will Duffy. Before the TFE, there was a lot of stuff going on, and people come up with stuff about Will Duffy and his financial situations and all this. And I stated at one point, along with Nathan, on one show, we said, look, this is all grand. There was some people making videos about his financial situation, blah, blah, blah. And he's just general who he is privately or whatever. But it doesn't do anything because it's just personal attack. But the thing about Will Duffy, for instance, is he's someone who never brought an argument. He brought basically a falsehood, and he capitalized on it, right, and got other people to do the same. Now, what I would say is it did come out, him being on the pulpit. Now, I don't know if this was a put on. I've only seen a video where it shows him. I don't know if there's anyone there listening to him or what's going on, where he's stating on the pulpit that he has, from his point of view, gotten to the point where he reckons dishonesty and lying is not immoral, right? Now, if he really did that, and that's a real thing, I think with that type of situation, that's okay for people to focus on. Because it's like, this is somebody who's promoting a falsehood, and he or she are drawing people into this falsehood, and what they're doing is actually a disservice to the world in general. And so this type of thing, I think, should be viewed under those circumstances. So at that point, I would go that far and say, well, this is who this person is. So why would this person be that person there and decide to be someone else over here? So sometimes someone's character does come into it. But the majority of the time, it's just not. It's a waste. It's not. You're not defeating an argument. But you know what I mean? Go on.
Right, but if his argument is about truth, that's the only time it's really a valid time to bring up that, well, you think that lie. You know what I mean?
Yes, it's a difficult. That's an instance. Yeah, go on.
Also, I want to add real quick. I got to go. Slander against Nathan, falsely accusing him of things like that, is different from a legitimate rap sheet or legitimate documentation that proves that McDuffie was sued because of fraud or whatever. That's different. Even though you don't want to throw people in the mud, at the end of the day, it's different. Nathan is being slandered. It's definitely.
How is it different?
Because he doesn't abuse his children.
Hold on. No, I ain't saying that. Irrelevant. How does what they do outside of the context of this argument affect this argument at all?
No, I'm not saying that.
No, but
I agree with you 1,000%. I agree with you 1,000% on that, Refractum. I agree with you 1,000%. It's irrelevant from the argument and proving your debate, your claims. I'm not talking about that. I was just talking about in the level of if somebody's going to be an ad hominem and throw jabs at people. It's one thing to tell the truth about somebody's wrongdoings as a character judgment versus making lies up. He beats his wife. He beats his kids. Two different things. That's slander. He's a scammer.
Yeah,
that's slander.
It's still poisoning the well because you're not attacking his argument rather than his character.
I agree.
Yes, it is. But the difference I have to say there is that what Dee is saying is you could point to Will Duffy doing this or Will Duffy has that court case pending or blah, blah, blah. And if you can show evidence of that is really happening, then that is, even though it's slander, it's something that's really happening. right? Or really did happen. With Nathan, that doesn't exist. That evidence doesn't exist.
But doesn't matter. What does that matter with the argument?
Yeah, but that's another thing. That brings me back to the point I was making. What happens if someone's not making an argument? What argument has Will Duffy actually made? So
MORE8?
Argument? I didn't hear him make any argument about MORE8.
When we first did the treatment on Duffy, he was the sideshow. We were focusing on Hanoi Jaron and what's it? Remember that? When we first,
I do remember that, but I don't remember him bringing up MORE8. I'll be honest with you. As soon as I hear acting like that, I just block it out because it's not to me. I do. I don't. I just say it's gone because they're talking about something that doesn't exist in a place that doesn't exist. I don't. It never registers with me.
Another argument he made was that a 24-hour sun or a 24-hour moon, it's destroys the flat Earth.
Yeah, but that's not an argument. That's just a baseless claim. It's not. He's not bringing an argument. If you know what I mean. I don't have to sit down and go through a big thing with it. It's just him making a statement that's based on nothing. If you know what I mean. Right. So, just give me just a second. So the reason I think people mostly focus on Duffy's private world and private life and things like him being on the pulpit, that I think people should see really and saying what he said, is because he wasn't making an argument. So people were left with no other option, if you know what I mean. He left people with no option but to go down that road because there was no argument being made. Now, I'm finished. Thank you.
Well, right. There was no valid argument being made. And for, the definition of argument in and of itself means that there is a valid point of contention. We're in a weird little paradox here because they have a void argument that they think is an argument that they are saying. That is their argument, as sad as it is. They don't have anything. We know they don't have nothing, but they're giving off the appearance that they do.
Yes, but all that aside, what specific argument did Will Duffy bring? I can't think of any, and I'd say that's why a lot of people focused on his private life, is he wasn't bringing an argument. That, like him saying, if we see a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, that means it's a globe. It's not an argument. That's an if we do, then it means this thing to me. That's all that is. It's not an argument. So I think he left people with no other option but to explore him personally.
Yeah, but wasn't his first coming out of the gate? Didn't he come out the gate with the TFE crap?
No.
No? Well, what did he came out the gate with? Like he was debating before? He had an argument? Like that I'm with Brian. Like what was his argument before this TFE crap?
Let me see if I can't search it out. Hold on.
Yeah, he did come out and he was having talks with Jaron, or he had something with Jaron and Witches and that. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even know that.
We did it.
I was like, where did that come from with this whack ass non-experiment experiment?
Did you say non-black ass? Is that what you
said? Whack ass non-experiment.
Oh, I thought you said he came out here with his non-black ass. You need to get that mic fixed, man.
I'm going to round out. With that, another huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you for liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.